Sun comes up through the windshield. Another day dawns with hope. Slip out onto the gravel, wash the night away with soap. A cup of coffee and a night, a city that wakes up alone. As long as we park safe, then today we are home. Shelter before the day fades away. Shelter, keep watch while others pray. Forgotten, presumed to be safe together. We work and we wait, we shelter in our numbers and cars. Shelter is right where we are. America, they say, land with dreams is their trust funds. Wake up to gains while we look around and count heads. To Wall Street, every day's the same. We are still here, whether or not they see, paying the mortgage of being alive. On these wheels we finally sleep, as the hope fades into night. Shelter before the day fades away. Shelter, keep watch while others pray. Forgotten, presumed to be safe together. We work and we wait, we shelter in our numbers and cars. Shelter is right where we are. Till it's warm. If the world won't make a space where we are seen and where we're heard, as long as we all park safe, homeless is just a word. Shelter before the day fades away. Shelter, keep watch while others pray. Forgotten, presumed to be safe together. We work and we wait, we shelter in our numbers and cars. Shelter is right where we are.
All right. Now, what's important about that. It's still in development. We're still working on creating a final version. Hi, I'm Exmo Joe, also known as the First Herald of the Church of Horror. But today we're doing another episode of our podcast, Hellfire Agency. We're going to lean into the work. We're going to start talking about Tyler Robinson. Should I start with Ted Bundy? We're going to get around to Ted Bundy. We're going to start with Tyler Robinson because today we are going. I just want to mention this real quick because I started into it. So, very few people understand or know. I think what was that? In today's, let me just make sure that wasn't like some kind of emergency. In today's economy, that roughly 1 million people in this country are living out of their car, and we don't know exactly, but recent estimates go as many as 1 million, probably more. People are living out of their cars, and they depend upon safe parking. But a lot of the cities and states that had so-called safe parking initiatives, they've had budget cuts because the economy, and so these people are running out of places to stay. So I haven't figured out quite what we're going to do, but we're going to have to do something. And so we'll be expanding our work to the unsheltered. Remember always that you can go to corahor.org/give, or just go to corahor.org. Click on the give buttons right there at the top. And any donations sent to the address on file there or purchased through our Amazon list, and any donations made directly through the donation form on that page, we send it to the missions. We use it for the actual mission itself. We don't pay for other expenses with it. We don't keep it. It goes to the work. So that's why every Friday we do Giving Friday. So today was weird. We had Tyler Robinson. Now, you guys know, or should know, I don't buy that Tyler Robinson did it. I'm not saying that he's innocent. I'm just telling you, the more we see what's going on with the Tyler Robinson case, is the more we find out that they've been lying to us. And before I get too much into that, I just want to show you some of the updates. So if you didn't know, today they had another hearing where basically the defense asked for 4 more months to prepare Tyler Robinson's defense, because where normally his attorney says normally she gets as much as in murder cases, she gets as much as 2 terabytes of data from the prosecution. In this case, she has at least 10 times as much, right? I think she said like 20 terabytes of data. If this is such an open and shut case, why is it so complicated to defend it? Well, to prosecute. And so one of the things that's interesting about the recent developments, you likely have heard about this. Let me pull up the actual document here. Sorry for coughing in your ear. Okay. All right. Wow. Everybody see that on your screen? I can't see your comments, so now I can see your comments. Now I can. Okay. All right. So this is the development, is that today they're asking for more time, particularly. Oh, by the way, I got my button from Exmo Snark from my friends Kristen and Megan, representing the brand Ex Mormons all the way. That they are arguing that Tyler Robinson, they wanted changes to the evidence in his case because the ATF, that's the Administration of Tobacco and Firearms, has determined through their ballistics reporting that I think we have to be careful on the words we use, that the lead that was found from the crime scene and the casing that was found at the crime scene don't match the firearm that was sent with them, or at least that it is inconclusive. It's not that it doesn't match; it says inconclusive. They can't be matched, and we're going to get a look at that here in this actual court filing. So this is from the defense, their court filing, the requested relief. This was filed. Where is it? Boom, boom, boom. I don't think it says right here. It says it later. Yeah, but in any event, okay. So this was just recently filed as they got the ballistics reporting back, which is attached at the bottom of this pleading. And it says requested relief. By this motion, Mr. Robinson requests that this court issue the following orders. 1, a temporary order prohibiting the state and its agents from conducting any further testing of one bullet jacket fragment pending the outcome of this motion. 2, an order permitting the defense a meaningful opportunity to examine and photograph this evidence before it is further altered or destroyed. 3, in the alternative, an order permitting either defense expert observation of any further alteration and testing of this evidence, or requiring video recording of such alteration and testing. And then they get into the same effects. But we could be at this all day, but I thought it was super fascinating to go down to the bottom of this pleading and find the actual exhibit here. Found by Special Agent Derek Thorstensen. This is from dating back to September 17th, 2025. So it's been a while. Related to the homicide of Charlie Kirk. And they went over the exhibits. 1 Mauser Model 98, 30-06, Springfield caliber, blah, 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 blah. Then they have 1 cartridge case, 3 cartridges, and then 1 bullet jacket fragment and 4 lead fragments. I've already said all the naughty words, so maybe I just won't repeat them very often. Anyways, results of the examination. This is interesting. This report refers to exhibits by lab number. The following results. Let's see. The exhibit 1, that is the rifle, was test fired and found to be in operable condition. The test fires were designated as exhibit 1.11. Exhibit 2 consists of 1 30-06 Springfield caliber fired cartridge case bearing a Remington head stamp. The Exhibit 2 cartridge case was identified as having been fired in the Exhibit 1 rifle. Source identification. Exhibit 3 through 5 consists of the other rounds, each bearing a Remington head stamp. The Exhibit 2 cartridge case and Exhibit 3 through 5 were examined for the presence of comparable tool marks. Tool marks were located on the exterior of Exhibit 2 cartridge case and Exhibit 3 cartridges, scribe marks, that are consistent with being produced by engraving and or rotary cutting tips commonly found installed in handheld rotary tools such as a Dremel tool. These tool marks contain marks of value for comparison if a suspect tool is located. Now, this is, by the way, this is where I start to go, okay. We were led to believe right off the bat, that Tyler Robinson turned himself over to law enforcement. And then Governor Cox had to come out almost immediately afterwards to say, well, okay, we were swift to call victory on that and say that the case was closed, and then this detail is not true. He defends himself saying basically that he was, and I'm just paraphrasing here, rather than showing you, you're welcome, that you don't have to listen to our silly governor in state of Utah anymore today. That he said, basically I said that Tyler Robinson turned himself in and confessed to the crime. He did not. So basically what it comes down to is his parents turned him in. And when he got there, he refused to just go in. He refused to turn himself over. They had to arrest him. And then he had to and then he refused to sign any statement admitting guilt. Turning yourself in is not of value in terms of actually just presenting yourself to be incarcerated. You don't turn yourself in unless you confess. It's not turning yourself in unless you confess. And to the best of my knowledge, is still not there. Now exactly. Now that's just the thing. that somebody, they could say, took a Dremel tool and marked up the casings. For somebody who plans, apparently plan, well, if he didn't plan to get away with it, he sure managed for a while to get away with it. To then leave anything behind which might incriminate yourself with that level of the weird thing is that it would be the casing, right? Because the casing stays behind. The casing doesn't launch, right? And so it's like, why would you do that? I mean, unless we're just to understand that Tyler Robinson has just lost his mind and is not in possession of his faculties. But you watch him, you listen, you see what he does in real life, and he doesn't appear to be out of his mind. But then, how do we know? We can just armchair psychologize this all day. But this casing thing, this marked up casings with damning evidence marked into the casing. I don't know. I don't buy it. I don't buy it. In any event, why doesn't this? Okay, there we go. There we go. All right. Let's see here. So I'm not saying I can prove anything. I'm just saying these are the things that start to make you go, hmm. Exhibit 6 consists of one 30 caliber class deformed damaged bullet jacket fragment designed 6A and 4 lead fragments designed 6B through 6E. The Exhibit A bullet jacket fragment could not be identified or excluded as having been fired from the Exhibit 1 rifle, based on an agreement of all discernible class characteristics and neither sufficient agreement nor sufficient disagreement of individual characteristics. The result of the comparison was inconclusive. So we could go at this all day, but it's important to point out it doesn't say that they proved that it wasn't fired from that firearm. It's that they can't prove one way or the other, and now his attorneys are saying, well, that's significant. That changes whether how it gets admitted into evidence or if it gets admitted into evidence. And to the best of my knowledge, no official decision has been made yet. Today they were just setting up how much more time do they need, and it seemed to me the judge was very put out by pretty much both parties agreeing you're looking at least 4 months before they're ready to go to trial. And so, but I thought it was curious, especially if I don't know if you guys were watching the live stream today, but they had a trial consultant come on who was talking about how he had done a survey among people in Utah County. And basically, everybody had an opinion. And they found that like 99% of people in Utah County, people who are in the jury pool, are familiar with the case and familiar enough with the case to have some kind of decision, to have some kind of feeling about it. And while he says this is not a change of venue process that he's gone through, that he does sometimes do change of venues where you decide this can't even be tried in Utah County. You got to take it someplace where Tyler Robinson's peers aren't a bunch of, just to put it bluntly, a bunch of Mormons who love Charlie Kirk and are willing to pin it on whoever their Mormon governor and the Mormon prosecutors say that's the vile furry loving ex-Mormon or Jack Mormon who obviously did this because they're all like that. And but it was interesting as they were going over the interviews that they had done with these people, how the trial consultant had pointed out again and again that the media reporting on Charlie Kirk, on Tyler Robinson, especially being so focused on his roommate being trans or a furry or they're all like this, and a lot of these comments about trans people are violent and so forth. It kept showing up, and that it was clearly having an effect on the jury pool. It's almost he didn't. It doesn't seem to me he was making the case it seemed to me he was very clearly trying to not make the case that they're that it's so biased, that the jury pool is so biased that Tyler Robinson can't get a fair trial with a jury in Utah County, but that there may need to be, at the very least, the judge may need to make a decision on how much media coverage, how much live streaming can be done when it comes to the hearings and courtroom hearings, and et cetera. So it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. One of the things that's very there were witnesses, Dan. That's very good. That's very true. That's not Rachel Golden Plate series. That hadn't occurred to me, Harry. That's, the casings are like gold plates. I needed that today. Oh shit. Right, with their reformed Egyptian inscriptions on them. It's but the Hellfire Agency is a podcast about critical thinking skills, and when we have something, when we look at people's biases, we all have bias, right? We all have an opinion. And it was curious to see how that played out once the prosecution started to cross-examine this trial consultant and ask him about basically trying to probe his opinion of Charlie Kirk and the opinions of the people that he had polled, that his that his firm had polled in this jury pool investigation, and their feelings about Charlie Kirk. And the guy asking him over and over again, defending himself, going, "I'm sorry, Charlie Kirk is the victim. What difference does it make what their opinion of the victim is? That all that matters here is what is their opinion of the defendant." And he's like, "Well, so you're saying that somebody can have just terrible feelings about Charlie Kirk, about the victim, and that has no bearing?" He's like, "No, I didn't say that. I'm just saying," he said, "why would I be looking for the feelings of the people about the defendant when that I should be looking at the feelings they have specifically about the why about the victim? Why would I want to know people's opinions about the victim when really all that matters here is their opinions about the defendant?" And it's very clear to me that the prosecution, maybe this is just they have to show up and they have to fight, and this is what the guy came up with so that he can show that he's fighting for his case or whatever. Because otherwise, if this is really how they plan to defend this, it's curious how he starts to talk about Charlie Kirk, and he starts talking about Erica Kirk, and especially in answer to the polling questions that were about where it kept getting mentioned in the polling and also in the media coverage, that Erica Kirk would refer to the prosecution as our attorneys or my lawyers, our lawyers. Yeah, you mean our lawyers as in the lawyers that are paid by the tax dollars of all of us here who live in Utah, which does include you, Erica? I mean, it's interesting to think that this becomes a case between Erica Kirk and Tyler Robinson, whom she does not know, whom she cannot prove did it. But she's all too happy right off the bat to come out and announce to the world that she forgives him. To great applause and fanfare. Okay, cool. Here's the thing, though. I don't like Charlie Kirk, but if he were my husband, I'd want to know if the person that I'm forgiving is guilty. I'd be much less interested, even than whether or not he's being convicted, than in, did you kill my husband? Just seems to me. But then again, I've never been married to Charlie Kirk, and we'll chalk that up to good sense. But then admitting I never had the opportunity. In any event, the thing that's going to be interesting, though, is to see and the reason why it ties in with my other cases that I've followed now for a while is that apparently there is a towel that has Tyler Robinson's DNA on it. And that's where I start to come up to this. I have to say I have this little concern in the back of my brain that says I'm sure that they can do very good work with DNA here in Utah's forensics team. What's weird is how we don't get answers on the evidence and where the evidence comes from, and how much evidence that there is. To wit, I'm gonna go ahead and close this. Go ahead and delete and get this out of the studio. Stop screen on that. I want to show you something. I'm going to share this screen from the state of Utah's BCI. Okay. So basically, BCI is one of the is the database that keeps all of the records on closed case files, and especially any updates to closed case file or cold case files in the state of Utah. And what you're looking at here is the BCI listing. Oh, wow. I really screwed that up, didn't I? I'm sorry. Here we go. The BCI listing for Laura Ann Aime, who on April Fool's Day, and this is personal for me, you guys understand. I started Hellfire Agency. The first major case that I did full length episodes on was The Girl in the Canyon. It was about this girl, Laura Ann Aime, who was a Jack Mormon girl who most of people in the world, myself included, have long concluded was killed by Ted Bundy in 1974, raped and murdered and stashed in the in American Fork Canyon. Now, myself and my associate Chris Mortensen, also known as Captain Borax, here on YouTube, we've gone back and forth, gone through evidence, all of this weird evidence that's been collected over the years as to how it is that Laura Aime disappeared Halloween night and was discovered basically on Thanksgiving Day. So had been missing for a month. This is where the rumor comes about that Ted Bundy stashed her in the canyon and that he had a cave in that canyon. My first episode, I actually crawled up to that cave. It was known as Ted Bundy's Cave, which has been blasted out. I discovered, much to my dismay, used to be a popular site for kids in American Fork, Utah, to go up there and spray paint graffiti on it. And Ted was here, or whatever, just stupid things. Especially on Halloween, that was like a tradition in Utah County, was to go and decorate or graffiti the cave where people said that Ted Bundy kept Melissa Smith and or Laura Aime, who went missing around the same time. And I don't buy it. And Chris the same. I said, well, he could have always taken her up to the house up in the avenues. And he's like, right. And then people say that, he took her and threw her over his shoulder and carried her up the fire escape. And then he showed me, he actually went to Ted Bundy's apartment up there in the avenues in Salt Lake City, where Ted Bundy was taking the missionary discussions, by the way, in preparation for his baptism in August of 1975. He was baptized as a member of the Mormon Church. And in fact, his missionaries, the missionaries, gave some of the most interesting stories about him. Frankly, Larry Anderson, frankly, told the news at one point. He said, look, I believe in blood atonement. And I remember talking to Ted Bundy about blood atonement. You don't ever get Mormons talking about blood atonement. But he basically intimated in this interview that, yes, they baptized Ted Bundy and they think he's saved in the kingdom of God, that he is redeemed of all of his deeds because he was fried in the electric chair in Florida. It's like, wow, it was wild. It was a wild case going down this rabbit hole. But the thing about Laura Aime is this, okay? For my friend again, Captain Borax, and he and I talked actually this morning about this. I said, "What do you think the chances are you and I can get Brent Bullock on the phone?" And he was like, "That surly guy." Okay, there's this guy named Noel Wooten. Noel Wooten was the prosecutor in Utah County and the county attorney, and he had sent Brent Bullock, one of his um, what do you call it? One of his underlings, one of the guys working for him. I think the only guy working for him really, to go and get the evidence from Utah County Sheriff's Office. Utah County Sheriff in 1974 was Mac Hawley, a guy with no law enforcement experience to speak of. Um, in any event, and he and I, Chris and I, we both have two of the limited run copies of Mac Hawley's little tiny book with his biography, in which he talks about the Laura Anime case, and he basically says there's no way he does not see how Ted Bundy could have done it, and that he thinks that it's just Ted. They used to call it like Ted extravaganza or something, like Ted obsession or something, that everything was Ted Bundy. And certainly it seems like that at least we have at least two cases where they have managed to confirm now that they know that this blamed on Bundy. There's a whole podcast out there called Blamed on Bundy, where they have exonerated Ted Bundy on at least two murders here in Utah. And so it's like, okay, but then you have all these other ones. And he did confess to Debbie Kent, and he did that. He killed Debbie Kent. He did confess to killing Melissa Smith. But to the best of my knowledge, he still has never. But to the best of my knowledge, he never confessed to killing Laura Anime, which is why it's weird that whenever people talk about it, they say, "Well, he did confess to killing Laura Anime." I listened to the tapes. Unless somebody out there knows something I don't, or I skipped it, or I missed it, or I'm just like, maybe I do, my ADHD brains. But I've talked to multiple people who have also gone through it now, including Chris, gone through the tapes and said, you're right. He he never told anybody they killed Laura Anime. And what if Matt Hawley's right? Maybe it was a copycat. Maybe it was somebody else, which seems weird because she would have been like the second victim he had in Utah. And I don't think they had found the remains of the first girl. In any event, by that time, so it's weird, and so what's further weird is her body was found. It was bloated. She was naked. She had been strangled with pantyhose. Graphic, but it was very much Ted Bundy's MO. I don't get people who say that it wasn't Ted Bundy's MO. It totally was Ted Bundy's modus operandi. To go to a canyon, violate the girl, clunk her over the head. She did have blunt force trauma to the head, exactly where Ted used to hit a girl with a tire iron, exactly the same way, and then strangulate her with a pair of pantyhose. Or whatever he could, but usually he would use a pair of pantyhose. And so it was like, this is Ted, man. This is Ted Bundy. And they did an autopsy report, removed the ligature, observed the marks on her throat, her tongue and everything, all the common signs of strangulation, the cause of death. They did all that samples. And then they took samples from her genitals and collected what the autopsy report says was semen. So it's like for 50 years, Utah County at some point has had Laura Aime's killers baby gravy somewhere. It was believed at some point. Then we had gone into some trouble with the coroner in the long run. So it turns out that Sergio Moore, the coroner in Utah, may not have been a doctor. He told people that he had gone to medical school in Mexico City. That turned out to be a lie. He had gone into the military. He'd gone into the Navy and become a medic in the Navy, and then he'd gotten a job I think in Oregon or Washington, somewhere in the Pacific Northwest, working in a coroner's office on the basis that he was a doctor down in Mexico City that who had studied down in Mexico City, and apparently nobody thought to check, and so they just like, and so based on that, by the time he had a little bit of time working for a coroner for the medical examiner's office, I forget where it was, somewhere in the Pacific Northwest, he comes to Utah. He's I don't know if he joins the church when he comes out here or if he was LDS to begin with. I don't remember, but he comes out to Utah. He's a celebrated member of the church by the time he passes away, so he must have converted, or he was already Mormon. And he was and he became the medical examiner, and it was years later, after he'd been doing the job for a while, including he did the medical examination on Laura Anne, that somebody put two and two together, that the prosecutors had put two and two together, that he was taking old autopsies and basically repackaging them as new autopsies. And so if it looked similar to another autopsy from back when, he would just basically recycle it and just make another one that was just like it. And so we don't know how much of her autopsy report is real. We don't know how much of any of these girls' autopsy reports are real. And it's like, fucking hell, are you kidding me? It was the Wild West out here in Utah, man. So in any event, so that leaves us with this DNA question, though, because this year in go back into the Brent Bullock thing first now. Okay, this year, in the year of our Lord 2026, so called, on April Fool's Day. Don't think we didn't see that, Mike Smith. The Utah County Sheriff's Office announced that they had decided that Ted Bundy killed Laura Anne, and that they had decided this on the basis of DNA evidence. And I had Chris that day. I had Chris on the show here with us. And he very graciously, graced us with his presence. And he said, "What are they?" And I said, "Correct me if I'm wrong. There's no evidence. None of the evidence that was collected by Sergio Moore is on record, is on file anywhere." And he said, "That's right. If they'd had if they had any samples from Laura Anne, then it should have been on file somewhere, and they should have provided it when Ted Bundy went out for trial in Florida once he was caught for the third time." And he was caught and he was tried for all of these murders, and they tried to get him for all of his, his long run of Utah murders. And they said they didn't have it. Noel Wooten sent Brent Bullock, who is now a judge in Pleasant Grove and a city councilor in Pleasant Grove, Utah, sent him to Mac Hawley and his detective Owen Kornberg and said, "Where is all this evidence that about the killer of Laura Anne, that girl we found up in the canyon?" And and basically Brent Bullock told my friend Chris Mortensen on the phone, he said, "They looked at me, we finally just confronted them, and they looked at us just terrified. They came to us like hat in hand." I forget exactly the words he used, but he basically said they were like terrified that there was something bad was going to happen. They said, "Look, we never had a murder before." This guy, their detective Owen Kornberg, this was his first case. He had literally passed a test where they just took regular regular county officers. These are the guys who would, write speeding tickets and stuff, serve warrants, to deadbeats or whatever, all of a sudden, and that they had a test that they would take. It was like an IQ test to see if you were smart enough to become a detective. And because Owen Kornberg had tested higher on that test than anybody in the department, Mac Hawley told him he could just make his own homicide department. And he's like, "Yeah, you're our murder department." Okay, yeah. And he's like, "You just decide how you're going to investigate homicides." And then like almost immediately, that was like the summer, and then Halloween night, Laura Amy disappears. So her body turns up on Thanksgiving Day. And it's like, and so basically the Owen Kornberg, according to Brent Bullock, Matt Hawley and Owen Kornberg basically told them, we don't have the evidence and we can't tell you why. And Noel Wooten was pissed, and he told them, like, I could put you both up. I could charge you. You got to find it. And Brent Bullock's conclusion in that interview, he said, Doug County Sheriff's Office moved offices that year. He says, and I think they just threw it all away. They just didn't know. They didn't know they were supposed to hang on to the evidence on the cold case. So rather than figure out a way to store it safely, they just chucked it. But then Chris went and interviewed Owen Kornberg, who was living in Provo at the time. This was a few years back like during the pandemic, I think. And he went and interviewed him, Owen Kornberg, the detective. And Owen Kornberg basically insinuated to him, it's not that we threw the evidence away, it's that we never collected any. And so it's like but you look at the police report and it's like, oh, well, there were tire marks, and we took a casting of the tire marks, and they did match a Volkswagen, and we took statements from these people who said they saw a light blue Volkswagen driving through the area at the time, which was weird because that's not what Ted Bundy's Volkswagen looked like, and why would anybody even mention that? It was so strange, like all of the evidence that they claimed. But then when it didn't matter, when Noel Wooten says, "Well, give us the evidence that you have," they didn't have any. Now we're hearing that 50 years later, there's DNA samples that can positively connect Ted Bundy to Laura Anime. And the UCSO has announced that if Ted Bundy were alive today, they would charge him with the murder of Laura Anime, but they don't mention where the DNA came from. And so we've been trying to scratch our heads about it and going through all the news reporting. I saw that there was 3 days later, there was a podcaster, true crime podcaster. I'm trying to remember her name off the top of my head, who said that she was in contact with the crime lab, and they had, or no, with the sheriff's office, and that they told her that they had precious few samples to test from Laura Anime, and that they had to very carefully test them to make sure that that she had added to the exclusion of other people, that there was Ted Bundy's DNA in her samples, and that would connect Ted Bundy to her. And we were like, what samples? And we can't. And so it wasn't until a couple days ago, after our last time talking about this on the podcast, that I could have had a V8. I went to the guy. I went to Chris. And I texted Chris. And I said, "Shit, Chris, I feel totally embarrassed about this." I said, "Do you remember they exhumed Laura's remains?" And he goes, "Oh yeah." It's like, what did I think of that? I'm like, what did I can't believe I didn't think of that. They were going to get a one when Brent Bullock when he couldn't get any evidence. So after Bundy was arrested and tried for the aggravated kidnapping of Carol Derange, he said that he went out to the that Noel Wooten told him, "Look, you're gonna have to go get a warrant from a judge to go down to where Laura Anime, her father lived. No, her mother lived up here, or up in Utah County, lived in American Fork area, and her grandparents were from American Fork, and so or Lehigh." And so those were her kicking grounds. And she was a runaway. She used to go and disappear with her friend Marin. They'd go drink jungle juice and do peyote buttons and stuff. Laura was pretty cool, but a bit of a troublemaker. And then when she was down in back home on the ranch, um, in Fairview, anyways, when she was back at the ranch, she would ride her horse Arab, and they would that was his name. She would ride her horse. She'd have a grand old time, and so they decided that she would, her spirit wanted to be free, roam free, down on the ranch, and so they buried her down there. And he's like, "You got to go down there with a warrant to dig up that girl's body and get some of her hair because they'd found once the FBI had Bundy's car. That's a whole story by itself, how they got the Volkswagen. Though that Volkswagen was the wildest story, man. That they lifted up they lifted up the floor panel and opened up the door panels, and there was brown hair like everywhere. It's disgusting. It was like, but it was just long strands of brown hair. Ugh. Ugh. Like, how many girls, how many women ride in this Volkswagen, man? Ugh, ugh. But back then, the courts didn't really buy into evidence. They didn't buy into DNA evidence. So apparently, the DNA technology existed to compare hair samples in the car with the hair samples of victims connected to victims. But because the judge and courts wouldn't accept them, nobody thought to try. And apparently, nobody thought to preserve the either they didn't preserve the samples, um, or they just didn't classify who they came from and keep it organized. Once Bundy fried, they just it all went away, it all disappeared. So I said, we were given to understand that they came in, they got Laura's hair. He's like, that Noel Wooten had told Brett Bullock, you either have to go down there, get a warrant, and dig up this girl's body and deal with the family that way, or you need to go down there and talk to her father and tell him that you want him to sign an order to have her exhumed, and just convince him that this is what we have to do to bring Laura's killer to justice. And Brent's like, "Yeah, I'll do the second one." So he went down there and he talked to Laura Amy's father. That's like a whole story, by the way, and by itself. So Laura Amy's dad was just, I mean, obviously destroyed over his 17-year-old daughter's murder. And he's like, there's this conversation that he had. It's heartbreaking. You got to hear. Brent Bullock is still pissed about the whole thing 50 years later. I mean, I don't mean to sound surprised, but I mean, seriously, like 50 years later, whenever he talks about Owen Kornberg and Mac Hawley, I mean, it is with disgust in his mouth. And he's like, he's convinced that these men, they're shit policing, let Bundy go free and let Bundy off scot free. He, of course, is convinced that Bundy did it. And so, in any event, when he went down there and told this guy this, and he's like, and he said that that Laura's father had told him, I don't think they were even going to call us. They found this girl, and they just ran an article in the paper, bloated body of teenage girl, naked, found in the canyon, murdered. People were saying all kinds of things. People said that her body had been like hollowed out and replaced with beer bottles and stuff. I was just like, he's like, what? He's like, if it weren't for the fact that body was found right in the same time period where we had become terribly concerned to finally, that they finally contacted him down, because her parents were separated. They finally contacted him and said, like, it's been weeks since we have seen Laura. And he's like, well, she does that, she goes away for like a few days. And they're like, it's been weeks, like literally weeks. Like it's been like a month. And then they found this newspaper article. And he's like, they weren't even going to look. They weren't even going to look. Marin, her best friend, said that she walked into, it was either the Lehigh Police Department or the UCSO. She walked into the police department and she said, and I told them, my friend Laura is dead. And I know it in my bones. She is gone. She never disappears like this. If she does disappear from home, she runs away from home. She comes and stays with me, and she stays in my camper. And then she says she maintains even to this day. I don't know if she's still with us or not, but she again another phone call that Chris Mortensen did, where she said, um, she's like everybody knew it was Ted because we all used to go hang out at this cafe called Mole Brown's. The guy's actual name was Lester Brown, I think, Les Brown, but he had a big mole on his face. The guy who owned the cafe, it was called the Pine View, Pinewood, something like that. And but everybody, the teenagers called it Mole Brown's Cafe. And anyway, what it came down to was if they had collected a sample besides Laura's hair, it should have been in the reporting. To the best of my knowledge, it is not. And so when this woman came up on this on the news day before yesterday, or no, not the day before yesterday, it was like a week ago, and said, I talked to them and to the law enforcement officers, somebody in charge there, and they said we only had 2 shots or a couple of shots, and it was a long shot, but we were able to identify that it's Ted. And that's the thing, is that I'm sitting here thinking to myself, I need to find out more about the crime lab here in Utah, because it does seem like sometimes I'm maybe I'm wrong. It seems like sometimes they find the evidence that's convenient to them, and sometimes they don't really prioritize the results, getting the results until they kind of have to. And it's like I don't know. It's just a feeling, and so I'm going to check it. I'm going to check my bias. Okay, so if they say that there is evidence, I don't know that's wrong. So they're probably right. If that DNA evidence is real, and they are giving some podcasters and or media people enough information to say a rough estimate of how many samples they have to test, well, then I probably am wrong, and my intuition is probably wrong, and they probably do have DNA. They probably do have DNA evidence, but why aren't they telling anybody, as far as I've seen in the media outlets, where this DNA evidence came from and why they sat on it for 50 years? And so when when you have to forgive me, when they say, we got Tyler Robinson's DNA on a towel like 2 days after the event, I have to go, huh, okay, all right. I don't know. I don't know how tight a ship they run over there, but it makes the guy suspicious. It doesn't fill you with a lot of confidence. Okay, which is why it's strange to say, but okay, so let's finish up with Laura. I went to the BCI case. Now, mind you, this case, according to the Utah County Sheriff's Office, is closed as of April 1st, 2026. And yet, look right here. Case type, unsolved homicide. Now, BCI is like the official record on these closed cases. So why isn't this updated yet? And you'll see here, it is unchanged. On November 27th, 1974, Laura Aime's body was found nude partway down an embankment just off the American Fork Canyon Road by hikers in the area. That was the code word for pot smokers back then. Laura had been reported missing for about a month before her body was found. Please contact the Utah County Sheriff's Office. So I told Chris, I said, I think this is the next course of action on this. I think we get down to, do they actually have, is this a lie? Would they actually fabricate this? I mean, it seems like a stretch even for the UCSO. And did they fabricate this result? And if so, why would they do that? And he said to me, he said, why is this in your head? And you guys were here. We did this show live on air. It's still up. He said, why do you think it is? And I said, I think they're trying to distract from the Tim Ballard thing. And I'm like, I plainly admit this is wild out there, but the controversy around how Utah County Sheriff Mike Smith, who is a very close friend of Tim Ballard's, from what I understand, how they dragged their heels on pressing any charges against Tim Ballard, who is alleged, of Operation Underground Railroad, the Spear Fund, Tim Ballard Foundation, blah, 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 is alleged to have assaulted his executive assistant, Celeste Borys, while on operations for Operation Underground Railroad. And she said that he had done this in Linden, Utah, which is in Utah County, where his friend Mike is the sheriff, and that she could prove it. And she brought in a skirt that had allegedly Tim Ballard's family anointing on it, and she submitted it, and they took it into the crime lab and had Tim Ballard come in and give a cheek swab, and he tested 100% identical to the DNA on Celeste's skirt. And then his attorney had to say, when they asked him, is there an explanation you can give us with this? He said that Tim Ballard and Celeste Borys used to have sex on operations, that it was consensual, and that it was sexual, that there was sexual contact. But that it was consensual because they had to do it to save kids from trafficking. You know how it is. Sometimes you got to do what you got to do, I guess. However it works out, there's apparently a convoluted story out there. If you know, you've heard it. I won't even repeat it. But basically, allegedly, Tim Ballard's attorney claims there's some kind of story about a high-end prostitute, and Tim had to try and lure her to convince her that he could to convince her to help him in his operation. I mean, it was just so weird. It's so weird. And then he got a little excited, and so he had to go and relieve himself. And the only thing he had on him was his executive assistant's skirt. So you know how it is. You and the skirt to the woman who works for you, go into a room. What are you talking about, man? And so, in any event, so that's why it was so curious to me as I was thinking about that. And I said, I had mentioned in the Tim Ballard story on Undergrounder a couple weeks ago about the attorney for Tim Ballard, Mark Eisenhut, defending Tim Ballard before the Utah Supreme Court. And I had said before, we should watch that because it'll freak you out. And that's what we're going to do today. We're going to watch a little bit of Tim Ballard's attorney defending him before the Utah Supreme Court, or basically in a hearing where they're determining whether or not Kelly Ioana Suarez, the beauty queen trafficker, has a case for defamation because Tim Ballard has been going out there telling everybody and their dog that this movie is about how he put her behind bars, which is not true. She is to this day not convicted of trafficking anyone. Now, she was at the very last possible minute convicted of the well, that's that is interesting. Mahanrai Montgomery, very nice name, by the way. Do you have a brother named Jared? whoever you are, whoever you are, Mahanrai Montgomery. But what's curious about it was that Kelly Ioana Suarez sued Tim Ballard for defamation. To best of my knowledge, her attorney, her main attorneys on this case, especially Alan Mortensen and I believe Suzette Rasmussen, are taking her case pro bono, like out of the goodness of their heart. And they are, well, I'm sure that they'll get a piece of something if there's damages, but they're staking for her. They are going to bat for her. And so this Colombian woman has a voice here in the United States. They took it all the way to the Utah Supreme Court to determine that they have made a prima facie case, and I'm not an attorney, don't really know that much about the rules of procedure, but as I understand it, the challenge is that they did not make a sufficient case, or whoever her attorneys were, did not make a sufficient case to connect Tim Ballard to negative statements about Kelly Ioana Suarez that caused her harm, and certainly that it was done with malice, in spite of the fact that they made a whole movie about what a child trafficking bitch she is. They made Tim Ballard has made statements to the press saying this woman, that woman you see in the movie, is based on a real person. Her name is Kelly Ioana Suarez. He has said that, and in these separate statements, and so they had to go before the Supreme Court to defend that that the attorneys, that Kelly Suarez attorneys, have made sufficient case in the first place that Tim Ballard had meant with his heart, as I understand it, and I am not an attorney, meant to hurt her and cause her harm, in spite of the fact that she has never been convicted. She was held for 18 months in a Colombian women's prison, pending trial, and in the end, they just didn't charge her for trafficking at all because they didn't have the evidence. With all the stuff, all the evidence from the sting operation that the movie Operation Underground Railroad, or the movie Sound of Freedom, is ultimately based on, with all this evidence, the videos, the interviews, the everything, the island, all of this evidence, they could not convict this woman of trafficking. And yet Tim Ballard is still out there telling people that, no, it's about his war against this woman. So she sued him for defamation. And then Mark Eisenhut had to go up before the Supreme Court and make the case for that. My client is innocent. And basically what you need to know about this goes, let's start with this, okay? I'll show you Mark Eisenhut, some of his case he's made for his client. I am not an attorney. You can watch the whole thing. The only reason I was able to see this, it's on an unlisted YouTube video posted on the channel for the apparently the actual Utah Supreme Court, and but it was posted on the website of Colin Jensen, the firm that Mark Eisenhut is a shareholder in Newport Beach, California. He is a Utah attorney who's also licensed to practice. Or no, I'm sorry, he's a California attorney who's actually also licensed to practice in Utah. And perhaps well, maybe we won't even mention it. Anyway, so let's watch a little bit of the first clip I prepared for you. So I spent some time editing this so that we're not spending the whole rest of our evening on it. The whole case is about an hour long. This whole hearing, but this is from the hearing that this guy that Mark Eisenhut puts on his page to show clients how he goes to fight for his client. He shows how he fights for Tim Ballard, and that's how I found out about it. Because otherwise, you almost can't. You can't. It's almost impossible to actually find this thing. So here are just a few of the highlights from Mark Eisenhut.
On behalf of Timothy Ballard, I did hear the prior argument, and I know that there has been a concession that the standard of review is for correctness, so I think we're all on the same page there. And I know the court already has taken a fairly close look at the statute in the Mackey versus Krause case, and you're familiar with the phases that we go through in the shifting of the burdens. Phase one, as we've heard in the brief and also earlier in argument, has been conceded, that we met our burden, that UPEPA does apply to these allegations. Phase two then becomes completely the plaintiff's burden to establish prima facie evidence, competent evidence, on each cause of action, each element of each cause of action, and for each plaintiff. One of the important points we make is A, there's 7 causes of action, the first one being defamation. As to 6, in the underlying case at least, they made 0 effort to show any evidence of any of the elements of those other 6 causes of action. As to Miss Solano, the mother of Miss Kelly, I'll call her Miss Kelly if I could, they made 0 effort to show any elements as to her for any of the 7 causes of action.
Okay, so before we get much further, here's some interesting news on this, because this hearing was back in December, or at least it was posted back in December, and I thought it was interesting. I've talked about how interesting it was, particularly because Mark Eisenhut basically goes on to defend his client, Tim Ballard, by saying that the movie Sound of Freedom isn't about him. This is my very armchair, non-attorney summary. That the Tim Ballard in Sound of Freedom and the Tim Ballard in real life are not the same Tim Ballard. Nary the twain shall meet. And Tim Ballard has the way he says it is, there's no evidence that Tim Ballard had any editorial or directorial or content control, any authorship of the movie Sound of Freedom. Despite the fact that the people who are responsible for making the Sound of Freedom, especially Eduardo Verostegui, Jim Caviezel, Mel Gibson, and who else am I thinking of? I could just keep going. These people made the movie. They're frequently going around touring with Tim Ballard and promoting it. And when he is promoting it, he has said, to the best of my knowledge, that Kelly Suarez is the trafficker, is the one who is the reason why all these children were on this island that day, in spite of the abundant proof that has surfaced that the reason why there were all these children on that island off the coast of Cartagena, Colombia that day was because of Tim Ballard. And I'm going to show you here in a minute why that's the case. But I want to get to it in order here, because as I was thinking about this, here's the interesting thing that has come up in the last day. You see this blonde woman at the top of the screen here? She is a Utah Supreme Court justice, of course, by the name of Justice Hagan. I'm trying to remember her first name. Sorry, I didn't think to. Maybe it's not important what her first name is. Maybe. In any event, these are news results. Those are video results. News results. In any event, Diana Hagan. So in the last day, basically, what you need to know is that the Utah Supreme Court, in the eyes of the Republican Party and our very Republican, very Mormon Governor Spencer Cox, fell short on defending the state's initiatives, the establishment's initiatives, and their desires in the case of the redistricting law. Utah put up a ballot question about, to fight gerrymandering in our state, should we have an independent board to draft our maps, our congressional maps? And when the people voted yes, it's now become like the major priority of the GOP to get another ballot initiative. That's why they sent Scott Pressler out here to collect as many signatures as he can, by the way, which he missed the filing deadline on it. And at least in the upcoming ballot, he's not going to be able to get that ballot question added into the ballot. And so basically they have failed out here to get to overturn this law that, according to the Utah State Constitution, has to be upheld. Well, then Spencer Cox, realizing that this was happening apparently, decided that 5 justices is not enough justices. Okay, so he wants to stack the court. So he got a bill passed through legislation. Well, okay, the state legislature passed a bill expanding the Supreme Court by 2 more seats, and he immediately signed it. Read that however you want. And then now they've started to, at least in the case of this one justice, Diana Hagan, there's now an accusation that she may need to, that there may need to be some kind of review in her having a seat here, or some kind of review over her, because she got divorced apparently, or separated. I think divorced officially, and her ex-husband happened to mention to another attorney that she had started text messaging an old friend who's an attorney and represents cases that have been before the court. I mean, she is a Supreme Court justice in Utah. You know, if somebody argues cases they're in Utah, they're likely to, argue cases in front of her at some point. But that one of them is an old friend of hers, and that they started texting, and at first it was quote unquote silly. Let me go ahead and show you the reporting here. So I'm not just summarizing it for you, but you can actually see it. Boom, boom, and boom, boom. Okay. So you're not just thinking I just make this up as I summarize it as I want. Okay. Utah leaders probe relationship between Supreme Court justice redistricting a lawyer. It's interesting. Yeah. Justice Diana Hagan speaks at Supreme Court. Blah, blah, blah. That's not what I want to show you. Utah's governor, Senate President, and House Speaker are launching an investigation into Supreme Court Justice Diana Hagan and allegations that she had a relationship with an attorney arguing cases before the High Court. Those allegations are detailed in a complaint submitted late last year to both Chief Justice Matthew Durant and the Judicial Conduct Commission. The complaint, which was obtained exclusively by KSL, interesting, this is the church's news outlet, through a public records request, came from a Provo-based attorney who said Hagan's ex-husband told him the justice had exchanged inappropriate text messages with David Raymond, one of the attorneys involved in a case about redistricting, which led to Utah getting a new congressional map. So basically, they're trying by hook or by crook to get this redistricting provision that protects Utahns from having having the state gerrymandered, which is a huge problem. They're going to get it pulled. They want to get that law overturned by hook or by crook. They're going to do whatever they have to do, apparently. Or maybe it's totally innocent and unrelated. Who knows? Who can say, right? But in any event. Okay, so that's what's going on there. That's the person that you're looking at in that case. Okay. How do I get rid of this damn thing? Okay, let's watch some more.
I have a quick question on
Yes.
the other causes of action. I'm wondering if this was preserved in the district court, because I don't see any specific argument from any party about the specific causes of action, because it was, and maybe even stated
The person speaking here is Justice Peterson. She's the person with brown hair in the middle box on the left there.
By the defendants, they all rise or fall together. They're all based on defamation, and so and I realize there are different elements, but
Yes.
Was this argued in the district court that, hey, they didn't present prima facie evidence on all the elements of the other claims, or did everyone just sort of treat them all as part and parcel?
No, we argued in our briefing, Your Honor, in the underlying case, that they would have to meet prima facie evidence as to each cause of action. We looked at defamation separately, and we said it's nonetheless their burden to establish prima facie evidence on each of the other causes of action.
Was there an argument that they had not done that with their evidence?
Yes, we made, there was no post-hearing submissions or argument that I can recall. It was over a year ago.
So I don't want to bore you, so I am gonna summarize this a little bit and just kind of skip ahead here. But basically, what the case is that they're trying to make, as I understand it, again, I am not an attorney, is that the case that's being made by Kelly Suarez, the Colombian woman accused of being a trafficker, in spite of the fact that she has never been convicted of trafficking, and we're going to see a little bit as to why. I think that's probably because she is innocent. Innocent to this. The argument is that her attorneys came forward with basically that this movie Sound of Freedom is about her. It was made specifically to injure her, and the malice behind that is shown. The mind of showing that Tim Ballard is so cruelly, or at least, so viciously coming after her, is shown in the way he talks about her when he promotes the movie, which was that, he goes around telling people this woman is still out there, if you could believe it. The Columbia still hasn't put her away, and we're working hard to, finally put this beauty queen trafficker. She's a real person. He has said that. She is a real person. She's out there. Her name is Kelly Suarez. He has said that to rooms full of people. He has said that on video. He has said that on the record. He has said that on podcasts. He says it. He tells people that this is her. And in spite of the fact that the character in the movie doesn't do anything Kelly Suarez did. And she, I think, has actually made the case for it. And she did 18 months in prison for this. She is a poor girl from the outskirts of Cartagena. She's not even from Cartagena, as I understand it. She lives with her mother. I think they were abandoned by her father. They were, and she just does anything she can to make ends meet. But the case of this fictionalized version that she ran a talent agency that went around and picked up kids on the basis that you can become a beauty queen like me or whatever, and then she just kidnaps them. No proof of that whatsoever. In fact, it's not even plausible. And so, in any event, so the case that Mark Eisen has to make, and maybe we'll come back to this on another date, is basically that the movie Sound of Freedom is made by the filmmakers and has nothing to do with Tim Ballard. He doesn't control it. He does. So they say whatever they want. And there's even one point, I'm just skipping past it now because, I want to get to the good stuff, to the more interesting stuff. Is that he, not only does Tim not have any control over the film, but they asked him, the Supreme Court justices asked him, but I mean, he met with the attorney, or he met with the filmmakers, and they told him, and must have gotten some kind of licensing agreement for his name and Catherine's name, because the names of the main characters, the couple in the story, are Tim Ballard and Catherine Ballard. And he says there's no evidence of that. And so they're willing to go that far. They're willing to go out there and say, while there may have been a meeting, a few hours talking at some point where Tim Ballard set the record straight with them and said, you guys go out and you tell the story about me, and it's not even true. But then if you're going to make a movie about me, well, I can't stop you, in spite of the fact that he obviously can. And he's like, Tim doesn't get any money from this film. He doesn't get any that, at least as I understand it, listening to it. He's suggesting he has nothing to gain from the film at all, and almost nobody else agrees with that. But okay, let me show you the response from Kelly Ioannis Suarez.
I just want to
attorney.
Point out that there's the first amended complaint and then the original complaint, and I think this court is correct that the Sound of Freedom was attributed to Ballard in the complaints. So I think it's clear it was Sound of Freedom was the source of the defamation as to all of the defendants. There's also the Celeste Borys declaration, which is on.
Okay, hold on though, before we move on. I agree with you that in the first cause of action, it's alleged that against him for the alleged defamatory nature of the movie. But is there any factual allegation in the entire amended complaint regarding Mr. Ballard's involvement in the film Sound of Freedom, where he would be responsible for the content?
I would have to file a Rule 24J letter to address that question.
That's fair.
But I do
This attorney's name is Charisse Bakalski. I just found out.
think that there is enough evidence that Ballard titled the film Sound of Freedom. It came from a statement that he claimed that one of the young boys that he helped told him, this is the Sound of Freedom, like when Tim came for him. I think that the fact that the main character bears his name, and then the wife's name bears his wife's name. There's a lot of record evidence in the.
But those statements aren't defamatory, right?
No, but they tie Ballard to the film intimately, and I do also think that there is an inference that if Mr. Ballard is so deeply invested in the abolitionists, that he would be similarly deeply invested in the Sound of Freedom movie.
Okay, so I skipped over this part. So basically, what had happened was that they have made the case that there is a recording or some kind of testimony about Tim Ballard taking a meeting with filmmakers where he told them specifically, if you guys win an award for my story and you go up there and start receiving this award for a movie that's based on me, and I don't get invited up there, I'm going to be pissed. Which, first of all, classic Timmy. That's that narcissist shit. That's that's Tim Ballard. That's our boy. But then they made the argument. The defense was, wait a minute. That wasn't Sound of Freedom. That was The Abolitionists, which was a film. It wasn't actually, it became a film produced by Gerald Mullen, one of the most controversial weirdo Hollywood producers out there. But this is a big time Hollywood producer. He produced, Spielberg films. He produced Schindler's List, I think. One of the producers, anyway, one of the money people behind it. But and a very controversial figure, if you ask me, because he's got very conservative views about things. Shockingly for a Hollywood guy. Maybe not that. Few people know this, that you got the artists in Hollywood, and then you got the money people in Hollywood, and they are not the same. In any event, so they had made this documentary, but they made it using footage from the TV show that they were going to sell to Netflix or to whoever would take it. And then they went and shopped around episodes of it, of their pilot episodes, which basically a whole season of this show called The Abolitionists, which is very seriously, very obvious when you watch it. But it's obviously pro-Mormon propaganda. It's basically propaganda for the Mormon Church. Which makes sense if you know Tim Ballard's secret whiteboard meeting, where Tim Ballard basically made it clear that M. Russell Ballard, the not quite yet president of the Quorum of the 12 Apostles, but eventually becomes the president of the Quorum of the 12 Apostles, invested, I think it was millions of dollars, into Tim Ballard's operation to make a TV show about how he rescues kids from trafficking, and then they didn't actually rescue any, but they still made the TV show. And when think about this for a second, okay? If you had a reality TV show about how you get a bunch of American bros who are, in many cases, they're like former Navy SEALs or Delta Force, they're former cops or SWAT guys, they've served in the Army, and they're all a bunch of Mormon guys who do CrossFit. They've given their lives to Jesus and everything, and they go off into foreign countries, break down doors, hold huge stings where they pretend to be traffickers, and then rush into the last day and carry kids out of this dangerous situation and put them back into the hands of their loving parents, rescuing these kids from trafficking. I mean, who wouldn't want that? Okay, I will give it this, Tim. It's a good story, man. Are you kidding me? You'd have the most successful. This would be like The Bachelor, Love Is Blind, or whatever. Love Island, 95,000. This would be like it'd go gangbusters, and then people actually watch this show, and it is garbage. Oh, it's garbage, and it's pretty clear that there's a lot of convoluted stuff. And you're going to see what that's about here in a second. But suffice it to say, because the prima facie evidence, the case that they made at the start was that it was Sound of Freedom that maligned that maligned the character of Kelly Suarez. When taken in the context of everything that Tim Ballard has said promoting Sound of Freedom, and the story that also includes the story covered in The Abolitionists, the case that the attorneys appear to me to be making, what's this? Oh, in the case that they're trying to put together here is that you have to take all of what's being said into context. Sound of Freedom is the core of the malicious attack on Kelly, but that everything has to be taken in context together. What they're referring to as Rule 106, you'll hear her talk about that's Rule 106. So, but the case that Mark Eisenhut has made is like, okay, nothing in Kelly Suarez, her name doesn't come up in the movie once, in spite of the fact that the beauty queen trafficker, who Tim Ballard says in multiple interviews that they call her Juarez in the film. Her last name is Miss Juarez, but in real life, her name is Miss Suarez Moya, Kelly Suarez Moya. And he's told people that, and they showed that. In fact, if we listen to enough of this, you'll see that it's even Alan Mortensen who actually made the case and put the according to this attorney, I forgot her name, Charisse Bukowski, that Charisse Bukowski mentions that there are actual exhibits put together by Alan Mortensen in which he went through all of the times that Tim Ballard said the person who is the inspiration for this vicious beauty queen trafficker is Kelly Suarez Moya. I've heard him say it. I've heard him say it multiple times. If I can find it, damn straight Alan can find it. Alan's like, this is what Alan does. This is his expertise, right? Anyways, so you're going to hear her talk about this, about the abolitionists. And she's like, look, if it's about Kelly Suarez and Tim Ballard is part of making it, then everything that Tim Ballard has said about Kelly Suarez comes into play here under Rule 106. At least that's the way I understand the case that she's making. Whereas I skipped over this part, but Mark, maybe we'll show it another time. Mark Eisenhut basically says, well, the movie is out because it doesn't ever mention Miss Suarez. It mentions Miss Juarez, and that's not the same person. That's not necessarily the same person. He says you can't take anything from the abolitionists. That's a completely separate production, and they didn't allege that. They didn't bring that in as the case at the first. So that's out the window. So nothing that Tim Ballard did in connection with abolitionists is this. And he said, after all said and done, he said, we managed to prove in district court prior to this hearing, we've managed to prove in district court that she could only be referring to 3 different instances. 2 of them weren't really admissible. And the third one that was admissible was a statement that we agree that that Tim Ballard said something on the record about Kelly Suarez Moya, and that that is the statement made by the Spear Fund, the joint statement by the Spear Fund after Tim got fired from OUR. And that statement, he says Tim Ballard didn't say anything that wasn't true. And he doesn't say anything to particularly harm her. And he doesn't, and he states the facts of the case. And he just says that that's what the movie Sound of Freedom is about. Now, for me, I look at it and I say, what the instance, it seems to me from my non-attorney mind, I hear you say, and he actually reads it, says, this is the story that the movie Sound of Freedom is based on, is Kelly Suarez's story. He has made it clear exactly what her attorneys are saying, that the movie Sound of Freedom was made by Tim Ballard, or in conjunction with Tim Ballard, to malign this person's character and sell the world on that she is this vile, evil trafficker of children, just about the worst possible thing that a person can be in pretty much anybody's mind, in spite of the fact that with all of his evidence he has provided, they cannot pin that on her legally because the case grows thinner I would say, and I am not an attorney, it grows thinner every instant that you're watching the show. Every instance that you're looking at the case. So in any event, so this is where we are as she goes on. I'm going to show this to you, and then I'm going to show you a few clips from the abolitionists that are going to address what Charisse, I just want to make sure I don't get this person, Charisse Bukowski, is saying here, that struck me, because as I was watching this is on, again, I only saw this case, which is practically, it seems to be impossible to find unless you go to the website of Colin Jensen, the law firm of Mark Eisenhut, where he puts it on. Well, somebody put it on his pages. Look how our guy Mark Eisenhut goes out and fights for his clients. Look at him fighting for Tim Ballard, and they show the whole thing to their credit. And the more you watch it, the more you realize this is. If you want to consider this an hour-long commercial, it is not, in my mind, a commercial for Mark Eisenhut, though he does a good job of defending his client, I think. But the one that takes the case is Charisse Bukowski, who is a woman going up in front of a Supreme Court made up of 3 women and 2 men, but where the men particularly get very aggressive with mansplaining to her. Now, look, I don't know legalese. I'm not an attorney again. But you're going to see as she talks to them, I feel like they talk down to her. And I was a little startled, actually. I know you probably just have to expect that. But as you will see, she stood up, not just for her client, but frankly, she stood up for women.
With his name on it. And then also there's the Celeste Borys declaration that describes Tim getting meetings together with the producers of Sound of Freedom and Angel Studios and many other figures. And I won't go into who they all are, with the writers as well.
Okay, you heard what I heard, right? Hence why we're talking about this with this DNA episode. I thought to myself, I said, didn't that attorney mention Celeste Borys in the same group, at least, of filings that where she had accused Tim Ballard of raping her. His former assistant, Celeste Borys, had also mentioned that she had access to his emails. And the case made by Tim Ballard's attorneys is that anything she learned from those emails, being his personal assistant, being his executive assistant, excuse me, and any materials that she supplied from his email account is stolen property. It's proprietary company property. When I can see why they would want that to be the case to try to get it thrown out of court, because it is damning. He has his blessing from Tom Harrison in there, where he basically reiterates that M. Russell Ballard and he had blessed Tim Ballard with a patriarchal blessing. It's like your fortune telling. The Mormons get really upset when we call it that, apparently. So let's do it again. Mormon fortune teller blessings are called patriarchal blessings, and Tim Ballard allegedly got 2 of them from 2 different non-profit prophets in the Mormon Church. One, an official prophet, seer, and revelator, member of the Quorum of the 12 Apostles, and one who is the guy who wrote, allegedly, he did, the Visions and Glory book that apparently inspired Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell to do what they did. In addition to all these other weird Mormon cases, Ruby Franke and Jody Hildebrand, Julie Rowe, and all these people. Apparently Ammon Bundy is connected, I think, in here somewhere. It just keeps going, and Tim Ballard was a part of it. By the way, I happen to have a couple inside tracks that are developing a couple of stories that might come out. I might need to come out with soon, about how Tim Ballard now is connected through this same community to the Paul brothers from the Stick of Joseph, if you know those guys, and apparently connected into why did I just have it in my head and it flew out of my brain? Tom Harrison and Tom Harrison apparently does know Tim Ballard really well, and apparently has informed somebody. This is what's being reported to me on the down low background, that Tom Harrison regrets his association with Tim Ballard. I don't know that it's the same with Ken Krogh, who was the CEO of the Spear Fund that you just heard about. That's the organization, apparently, the emergency organization they founded when Tim got the axe from Operation Underground Railroad, because it turns out he was, well, you know the story.
All meeting together to promote the Sound of Freedom. I think that there is evidence, and I think that evidence is certainly discoverable. Again, we are pre-discovery, but I think that they will be able to, if more is needed, tie Tim to the movie. I think it's difficult to argue that he's not tied to the movie in a way.
But what do we do with the fact that there's no allegation in the complaint that he had any editorial control or other responsibility for the way that this character was portrayed in the movie? I mean, we don't even have an allegation to that effect in the complaint.
Well, I think you just have the actual, allegation of defamation based upon Sound of Freedom to Tim Ballard. And I think that evidence is certainly going to be discoverable when the parties enter discovery. Rod Barr and Alejandro Monteverde.
It's a pretty broad statement, sorry to interrupt, that he was responsible for the Sound of...
Well, he was responsible for the story unfolding as it did, that the writers claimed that they met with Tim and they borrowed his story and used it as the basis, and they called their characters Tim and Catherine Ballard. And, we have that statement from Alejandro Monteverde, one of the actors.
Hey, Huggy Bear, good to see you. So the woman you hear speaking right now, the blonde woman who's down the bottom, bottom right-hand corner, it's good to see you guys here, by the way. This is the Peli. So this is the woman who is representing Kelly Ioana Suarez Moya, the so-called allegedly beauty queen trafficker who's suing Tim Ballard for defamation.
One of the writers saying that they were writing a film, and then when they met with Tim Ballard, they realized that the truth was better than fiction, and things to that effect that state that and that is in the record. That
We're wondering if more specific allegations are required, that he had editorial control, that he...
Okay, mind you what's being said here. This is my interpretation. I'm not an attorney. He said, this guy's interrupting her to say, okay, why doesn't it say in the complaint, in the actual paperwork of the lawsuit, that Tim Ballard said this or that defamatory thing? Why is it basically he made a movie and then all of these surrounding, I want to say circumstantial, all these surrounding pieces of the puzzle, when you can't even prove that he's the director, the writer, the producer, or in any way in charge of the content of the movie? How can you say that the movie is the defamation? And she's telling him, well, you have to consider everything. The movie is the core of it. Sound of Freedom is obviously the core of it. How many people have seen this freaking movie? And it's ruined and destroyed this person's life. It's the fact that he based it on this woman, and then named her, that he full named her, Kelly Ioana Suarez Moya is this bitch. And he is, the fact that he would do that and all of this shows pretty plainly, all together with that we know because of Celeste Borys, that he met with the producers. He talked with the producers. He knows Eduardo Verástegui. He knows Alejandro Monteverde. He knows that's not right, is it? Monteverde. Anyways, he knows the filmmakers. Okay, they are close, and he obviously must have had some control. And what we don't know, what we don't know about what we know here, we can find out in Discovery if we can just get it to Discovery.
Author part of it, that he helped produce it. There's no doubt tied to him in that he's the victim.
Mm-hmm.
But is it enough of a complaint just to say he's responsible, or what's the language in the complaint that you're referencing?
Again, I'm no attorney. I don't know how explicitly, based on case law or whatever, they have to state in the complaint, Tim Ballard on this date, at this time, in this way, and in this context, was the, gatekeeper of the content of this and this and that about the film. But she's going to lay out the case of why she feels that they made the case right from the get-go. Yeah, we proved this already.
Well, as to his responsibility with respect to that.
Just that the Sound of Freedom formed the basis of the defamation, and that it was alleged to all defendants.
The Sound of Freedom formed the basis of the declaration. The allegation has to be that he should be attributed any defamation of the Sound of Freedom.
So there's also evidence that his, and I think that this is where inferences are important. There's evidence that his executive assistant, Celeste, had seen the script. So if Celeste had seen the script and had reviewed the script, then I think that there's also an inference that, of course, Tim had it. And also.
Okay. Do you hear what I just heard? This is huge. Okay. The woman who got Utah's crime lab to admit that the DNA on her leather skirt is from the man who she says assaulted her in Linden and other places. And in the case where a similar case has been dropped in Salt Lake by Sim Gill, I still haven't gotten to the bottom of that mountain and or molehill of what the hell happened with the case in Salt Lake. but now in Utah County, they kind of have to deal with it now, I think, because they have managed to prove that, consensual or not, Tim Ballard's out there telling the world that he is faithful to Catherine, and his executive assistant has his family blessing on her skirt. And when she comes out and says, that's right, the woman who he would use in the couple's ruse, one of the women he would use in the couple's ruse, is the one who goes through his emails so he doesn't have to. And we're learning now. And she says, and she being me in this case, is telling you, I've seen the script for Sound of Freedom when it was in production, and I know that this movie was being run past him. And so, before it was apparently going back to pre-production. That's the way it's sounding to me.
So Celeste in her declaration said that Kelly Suarez's name was in there. I think she counted 48 times of the defendants.
Right, but this testimony establishes a mistaken identity,
Yes.
and that qualifies as...
Yes.
Okay, so you heard what I heard right there, right? That she said that Celeste Borys, according to the complaint, not only knows that Tim Ballard got a copy of the Sound of Freedom script, but that in reviewing the content for the film and interacting with the filmmakers, that she saw Kelly Suarez's name come up some 48 times in their communication. I mean, I will plainly admit I am not an attorney and I am not educated in the law. But from a regular person's point of view, I'm looking at this and going, this woman she just answered your question. This is it right here. And I get that there's case law to examine and so forth. And I don't know what I'm talking about. But I'm just saying, from the position of a person with a brain, I'm listening to what's being said here. And this woman is making fucking sense.
The government admitting...
It was established at trial that she was arrested based upon a mistake of identity and then held in prison for 8.
Okay, and this is where we're getting to the part where we're going to need to go into looking at the abolitionist film and talk about what actually happened that day in Cartagena, because this actually does make a good case for why it is that I do think that this woman, Kelly Suarez, is innocent. It's not that I want Tim Ballard to be a liar. I wish he weren't so much of a liar. But I'm telling you, I am more convinced than ever before that this man set up an innocent woman to go to prison. And it pisses me off. And this Charisse Mikowski she's about to lay it out here. I was super impressed with this. And mind you, I mean, somebody tell me I'm crazy. Huggy Bear, did you not hit like? You're supposed to hit like. Everybody hit the like button. Everybody comment, subscribe, yada yada. Tell me I'm crazy about this. But she got a fair deal of mansplaining out of this. I mean, look, lawyers talk to each other how they talk to each other. I don't expect her to get special treatment. But it did feel very much like the interactions with Mark Eisenhut from just a minute ago are very different from the interactions they're having with her now, including the women interrupted Mark Eisenhut more and laid out to him more than once on this, like, okay, we get it. We get that you weren't impressed with the way that the attorneys have laid out the case. But you do have to admit, Tim Ballard obviously was responsible for the film Sound of Freedom, and we get the case that you're making here. But how is anybody supposed to not believe that this is about this woman and that this is about this man's crusade to ruin this person's life? And but when she gets up to speak, now she's the appellee, she's suing on behalf of, she's speaking on behalf of Kelly Suarez on this. The women are just mainly just listening to her, and it's like everything that's just like, yeah, I mean, this man is on. I mean, it seems without their saying anything that they're like, yeah, this man is obviously on a campaign to destroy this person's life, and it's disgusting. But the men are getting in there with, why isn't it in the complaint? And she's explaining it is in the complaint. You just have to, you have to consider everything. They're like, yeah, but why wasn't it worded that way? And she's like, it doesn't. And as I'm hearing it, she's saying, I'm not sure how you want it worded. It's all there, and I'm not new to this. I'm no spring chicken. I'm a seasoned appellant attorney here, and I'm telling you, this is how this is done. I'm not sure what it is you expect me to do here, but she's being super patient with them through this whole thing, and that's wearing thin, as you're going to see here. And I don't freaking blame her.
18 months. I just want to say,
I'm sorry, other than
Yes.
the movie, so let's
Sure.
say that if you take the movie out of it, are there particular statements from Tim Ballard that you're alleging he should be
Yes.
liable for defamation? What are those?
yes. Those statements are some of the clips that were hand-delivered to the court and played that were admitted in the response motion, and then also played at the hearing for the court and for the parties. And those clips also alleged that she's a trafficker. I mean, from Tim's mouth. And I do have them in my brief if you'd like me to get them out and read them. But they do allege that Kelly Suarez, real person, the trafficker in Sound of Freedom.
And that, I mean, look, anybody who's been watching this case for long enough and been doing the true crime thing when it comes to Tim Ballard, you can attest to this. Tim Ballard hardly ever speaks about Sound of Freedom, except he talks about how the beauty queen trafficker is a real person, that the little boy that's rescued in the beginning of the movie is a little boy that Tim Ballard rescued in operations while he was working DHS. Lie. That, his sister, he even says, and that little boy's sister was kidnapped together with them out of Honduras, and that she was sold into trafficking as a sex slave. Lie. That boy and girl from Honduras, they're not from Honduras, buddy. They're from America. They're American citizens. Yes, they have brown skin because their mother was Mexican. And if you look into the case, like Lynn Packer did an amazing job documenting this, years ago. And it's all out there. It's easy to find. And it's like everything in this damn movie is a freaking lie. And so it's like, and then Tim Ballard goes out there and says, oh yeah, we have to call her Giselle or Miss Juarez in the movie. But in real life, she's Miss Suarez, Kelly Ioana Suarez, and she's still out there, and you got to give us money so we can go out and get her. I mean, anybody who's watching this sees what the case of this woman is making. And even when the women on the Supreme Court are interrupting her to say, I'm sorry, can we just take the movie out of it? Are there separate statements alone? There's standing alone, make the case. And she's like, yes, you can read it. It's there. It's there.
I'm just wondering about what information about those clips was before the district court, like when it happened and what was the setting, if it was on a podcast or if it was in lead up to the film being
I think that there was, I just reviewed the hearing last night. I think there was some information before the district court proffered at the hearing, where the clips were showed, where they were displayed. Maybe not dates specifically, but nobody asked for dates. And so I do believe that Alan Mortensen, the attorney in the district court, did say, this was on this podcast, this was on this news channel, and did do that work in the district court.
Again, I got to say this, if anybody's got a case for, I mean, maybe that it works differently for attorneys, but if anybody's got a case for saying that Tim Ballard has defamed them, it's Alan Mortensen and Suzette Rasmussen, man. These attorneys who have gone to bat for the women who are accusing Tim Ballard, here in the States, as well as this woman from Colombia. I mean, like, this was a great personal risk, as far as I can tell, to them to go out on a limb and do the right thing. And in the case, at least, I don't know what the case is with like Celeste Borys' case and these other women, but in terms of the case of this Kelly Suarez, my understanding through through the underground is that she is a pro bono client of Mortensen's. Like he's just, yeah, and Suzette Rasmussen, that she is, she's doing this so that she can, to fight for her reputation, to get her life back. And these attorneys here in Utah are going to bat for her because it's not right.
But then nobody objected that there were not dates or more information.
Is that Exhibit H you're referring to?
Exhibit H?
I believe.
I know Exhibit E is Alan Mortensen's declaration with the, with all of the, it says hand-delivered clips.
So, and let me finish that last thought, actually. Tim Ballard has, I showed it. Did I show this last week on Tim? Maybe I didn't show that. Did I show you guys Instagrams on Instagram post by Tim Ballard? He has gone out on Instagram. He has gone out on YouTube and Facebook, and he has multiple times said that Alan Mortensen and Suzette Rasmussen have paid people to testify against him, that they have come down and harassed to Colombia, and they came down to Colombia and harassed people, getting them to sign statements and perjure themselves. He has no qualms about going. If I were Mark Eisenhut, I'd be terrified to have this man as my client. I didn't know that. I say I am not an attorney. But I would imagine he's got to be terrified. What will this man open his mouth and say next? He's gone out there and accused Alan Mortensen, Suzette Rasmussen, of the most disbarable, despicable violations of their position as officers of the court that can be imagined out there. He must feel very confident they can just say whatever he wants and be protected under the First Amendment, because he has no qualms about telling people how vile and evil these attorneys are. I don't know. I'd be worried. I have opinions about attorneys out there that I try to keep to myself.
But none of those were alleged in the complaint, right?
No, they were not in the complaint. But that shouldn't be a problem because, and this was completely omitted from Mr. Ballard's brief, Section 106 requires the court to consider everything before it. The complaint, the motion, any response, and...
Well, that just kind of depends on what the court's deciding, right? You have three things to decide. You could decide it on one, but there are potentially three things to decide. Prima facie case, 12b6 standard, summary judgment standard.
Well, and also the application.
Yeah, when you're looking at 12b6, when you're looking at that, you just look at the complaint. You don't look at anything else if the court is going to decide it on that basis.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, I would.
So potentially, if it's like you failed to state a claim because none of these things are particularly stated in there, it doesn't consider anything else.
I would say conceivably so, but I also don't see that argument or briefing before the district court in the Ballard motion for expedited relief. And I just wanted to point you to...
Okay, so she's about to get into this here, and this isn't the last time we're going to see her in the clips that I've got here, okay? She's about to get into it with them. But you saw that interaction, right? I'm not going to further color it with my commentary, but you saw what just went down, okay? So I clipped this in before we go to dealing with the next, before we're going to actually go to clips from the abolitionists. While this whole thing was going down a year ago, somebody on TikTok contacted me and said, an anonymous source, and said, "Thank you for covering the Tim Ballard story on TikTok." I said, "Sure, no problem." They're like, "Are you going to start a podcast?" I said, "Yeah, I'm putting it together. It's called Hellfire Agency, blah, blah, blah." And this is, we started before the Church of Horror was even a thing. And they said, "Thank you so much for doing that." by the way, would you like to see the abolitionists? And I'm like, oh, the documentary? Yeah, I've seen parts of it. It's whatever. And they said, no, would you like to see the TV show? And I said, wait a minute, the TV show that got basically canceled that nobody wanted? I'm like, I've been trying to get my hands on that TV show for, weeks at the time. I think you can actually find it online somewhere now. But at the time, I couldn't find anybody who had a copy of it. And some random person contacted me and said, what's your email address? I'm going to send you a Dropbox. And I got every episode they made of from Fletchette Productions of the Abolitionist TV show. And I've been, I sat down, watched it all. I binge watched it all like it was freaking Tiger King, and it was awful. It was so boring. It was so disgusting, and yet so interesting at the same time. All the time they took Janet Russin's face and blurted out and called her an informant. Not an informant. She's a psychic. She's a Mormon psychic. Whatever. Anyways, but we're going to see that here. But before we go to that, I was so impressed with the way that Charisse Bukowski stood up in this moment and the thing that she's about to say to the most powerful people in the legal system here in Utah. And this woman stood up, and I was blown away. I hope you will be too.
Page 921 of the record, this is the Ballard expedited motion. And it says, because Mr. Ballard's statements are not defamatory, this is right under D1, they cannot serve as the basis for other torts. And then a couple of paragraphs about that, and then also paragraphs addressing the torts. And then I also wanted to point out that
What page was that again? Sorry.
it's page 921 of the record.
Okay.
And then on page 801 of the record is the Sound of Freedom.
Darn it, it's in the next clip. Let's boot it out and go straight into it here. So that was clip 2. Let's go watch clip 3. Go straight into it.
Human trafficking bust in history.
Okay, so this is where you're going to see that moment where she stands up. Where she stands up, I decided to push it out into the middle of this clip. So we're going to watch a little bit about. This is from The Abolitionists. This is episode 2 of The Abolitionists. I'm not going to show all of it, obviously. I'm only going to show a few clips of it. But this is the raid that the Sound of Freedom covers. So this is why when they say this is the Sound of Freedom, that the Abolitionists, even though it's a separate work product, it's a separate film, it's a separate product from Sound of Freedom, the things that Tim Ballard says about Kelly Suarez apply in every instance here, including this TV show they didn't sell.
So my team and I spread out through Colombia. I returned to Cartagena to find the resurging traffickers, while Batman, one of my best operatives, headed into the underground of Medellin. In Cartagena, I found out about a trafficker named Edward. Edward and his 2 partners run a modeling agency as a front.
Okay, so I built a natural pause into this. I spent like a couple hours editing this clip, just a quick basic edit, so that we can make sure we capture everything that's important here. Okay, you see this woman on the left side here of your screen? That is Kelly Juana Suarez Moya. According to Kelly Suarez, it's a woman here on the left. She was invited by Samuel, the guy you see over here on the right, to come to basically come to a gathering, a meeting at this guy Eduardo's house, because there was a rich gringo, a rich American they called Pablo, Jefe Pablo, who we'll find out is Paul Hutchinson, who has this fantasy about having sex with a black girl who is a virgin and a minor, and that if she can pass and she's the prettiest, darker complected. In Spanish, they say morena, which could mean black as in ethnically black, but generally refers to your actual complexion. That she is the darkest girl they know, who could probably, even though she is about 20 years old in this, pass as if she is a minor. And by the way, it bears mentioning here that she fully intends to have sex with Paul Hutchinson, and get money for it, which is not illegal in Colombia. But look at those faces. That's Kelly Suarez and Samuel.
Today the meeting is going to be a little beach town, little beach resort, little beach restaurant, just up the coast here, about 15 minutes, and we're gonna have lunch. And the idea is they're gonna sit down and hear it from the big boss. We brought in another member of our team, codenamed Paul Stone, or Pablo in Spanish.
Okay, another natural pause built into here. You see that guy on the right? That's Paul Hutchinson. That becomes important. So Paul Hutchinson, he's playing it off like, oh, my friend Paul Hutchinson, he's going to pretend to be the guy who puts up the money for the whole operation. He is the guy who's putting up the money for the operation. He brings in all of these investors into Tim Ballard's work with Operation Underground Railroad. And most of these people are doing this out of the goodness of their hearts. I think they're really sincerely. Here's the thing. Say whatever you want about OUR, and I have, and Tim Ballard, and I have. But the people who gave him money, they generally were doing it with the best of intentions. They really were just trying to help people, which is just another reason why it makes me so damn mad.
Playing the role of the big boss who is paying for this entire party. As we get further involved with Edward and the traffickers in the other two cities, our team has to grow, including people playing the role of bodyguards and business partners. Okay. This is Joanna.
Hello.
Edward. Eduardo. Samuel. Y el famoso Fuego. El famoso.
Mucho gusto. Good to meet you.
Okay. You heard him make those introductions. Look at the faces you see here. Over here on the right, that's Kelly. And you see that they call her Joanna in here, but she's Kelly Joanna. Joanna is her middle name. And you see how she's dressed. Okay. She's meeting Pablo officially for the first time. This is the guy she says that she got wind of. She was told that this guy would pay extra to have sex with a virgin. But in any event, he likes younger women and he likes darker complected women. And so she has said from the beginning, by the way, this woman went to prison for 18 months before being charged, before trial, and then was basically released because it couldn't build a case against her. And then she left prison and went and put herself through law school and became an attorney after going through prison. So I'm just saying. So when they talk about this woman as if she is this vile, evil person, this is a person who went to prison for a crime she didn't commit, basically, or that they couldn't pin on her at the least, and then came out of it and made herself an attorney, and is still fighting. But she, in this instance, she was going to. She says from the beginning her intention was to convince Paul Stone, that she could convincingly role play the part of a minor, darker skinned girl, Morena, who could play out his fantasy for him, and that if he would help her, even though she's not a virgin, if he likes her and likes how convincing she can be in that role, maybe she can be his little sugar baby. That's not the word she used in Spanish. I think she said novia. But basically the arrangement she's hoping for is that she would get money on a regular basis, and he would and he would have sex with her, come down to Colombia when he wants, have this relationship, live out this fantasy, that she would be happy to give that to him if he can give her enough money to help her on a regular basis, to help her get her mother out of poverty. And that's what this is all about. And that's why apparently she is suing on behalf of herself and her mother because Tim Ballard goes out there and says, "Oh, she says my mom is poor, so that's why she discovered that The Sound of Freedom made all this money in the box office, made a legendary amount of money at the box office. Now all of a sudden she wants to sue me for defamation, because she and her mother." And so she's coming out there like, "Whoa, don't drag my mother into it." That's what I understand it anyway. So that's Kelly, okay? And according to her, she is dressed specifically in this instance, to play up this fantasy role of being a minor, in spite of the fact that she has told everybody here, "I'm not a child, I'm 20 years old." And so, just so we're clear, but if this is what Paul the Jefe wants, I'll do it because I need the money. And it's not illegal, by the way, as I said. And then the guy on the left there, that's Samuel.
El 11 de octubre. Yes. Everything's organized, everything's ready.
How many girls can you bring?
¿Cuántas niñas van a traer a la fiesta?
I have
50.
Now, this is where everything comes to a head. Okay. So notice that he's talking to someone. Eduardo is in the middle. He's a guy. I'm guessing, if I understand correctly, who owns the house or leases the house. He's the guy with the house, and he's the guy. Between the two of them, they're coming up apparently with a plan that they've got Tim Ballard talking to them about, that if we could get your guys to invest a little bit of money to help us buy this island and lease this island and put a hotel on it, we could stock you with girls all day long. We got girls here in Cartagena. We got women in Colombia who will, you can use to play out this fantasy. And when Tim and the OUR guys, which you're going to see in a minute, includes Sean Reyes. Anybody remember we were talking about Utah's Attorney General at the time, Sean Reyes? He's there. Okay. And he, during this operation anyway, he's there playing bodyguard for Paul Stone. And, and they are there talking to them and trying to convince them, look, we don't just want to play like we don't want just adults who are willing to prostitute themselves, sell themselves and play the role. We want the real deal. That's what our people are going to pay for, because they want to get something incriminating, right? And so these guys start telling them, "Oh, I got you. You want the real deal. I got the real deal for you." And that's what you're about to witness. At the same time, you're going to see Kelly speak for the first time that we have on microphone, and it becomes important.
This guy's going to show you Samuel. This is the gift he has for you. He's going to bring that for you special. 12 years old. He has that. Samuel shows us pictures of two girls. One is 12 and the other 13. He says that both of them are virgins and will cost us $1,000 each. La de 12 y 13 van a tener sexo.
Virgins? Wait, sex with me.
¿Y qué tipo? ¿Que hay límites en cuanto de lo que van a hacer las niñas?
Son niñas que no son muy, como debes saber, no tienen mucha experiencia.
These are girls.
Okay, so this is going to get disgusting, and then this is the worst of it. So just bear with me here, okay? So, but notice how well Tim Ballard and Paul Hutchinson and the Gringos are playing this part. Now they do say in this episode, and it does make sense. They say, look, this whole thing could get sour and bad. Everything could go very wrong, get very violent if the traffickers, quote unquote, get wind of the fact that we are cops. So don't narc on yourself. Act like you're into it. Tell yourself, get into character, get into the role, and tell yourself you are the character that you're playing. if you know, you know. There's a story here that circulates. I don't know how much of it is true, and I don't think it's really worth repeating in detail. But that maybe Paul Hutchinson, for example, the story is that he and Tim Ballard had a little bit of a falling out because he got too much into the role. I won't say anymore, but you can look at that. You can look at that if it's of interest to you. But you notice that you haven't heard Kelly Suarez say one damn thing here. Kelly Suarez never tells anybody about 12 and 13-year-old girls. She never tells them about we can find those for you. We can get the real deal. She never says any of that. She's not speaking this whole time. She's sitting there trying, and according to her narrative, look like somebody who can play a 15-year-old. I think is she said, like, I'm 20 years old, but I can look like I'm 15. And so she is trying to play up this fantasy, trying to get the job, trying to get the gig of being Paul Hutchinson's sugar baby. And then these guys sitting next to her start passing her phone around with, this one's 12 years old. She's got no experience. She's a virgin. She's totally fresh, and she's my gift to you, but she's going to cost $1,000. And so, and she's just sitting there while that's going on. Now, I was contacted, I don't know by whom, about a year and a half ago, I want to say, by somebody who said they were Kelly Suarez on TikTok. I said, okay, sure. And they told me about her and her story, and I caught me up to date and got me some good information. So I was like, okay, well, whoever you are, you got me good information. I checked it out, and it's true. So you can give me free information you can give me free research anytime you want. But I happened to mention, hey, if you're really Kelly Suarez, can I get you on the phone? Can I get you on a Zoom call? And they said, sure, when? I said, really? You pick it, man. I'm like, you don't even we don't even have to get an interpreter. Yo hablo español. Podemos tomar toda la entrevista así, así nomás. We were already writing to each other in Spanish. And so I said, and she said, dame tu correo electrónico. I'm like, here's my email. And I had it pulled up. I got emails from this person, and they sent me information about the case, and it all turned out to be true. And I said, well, and then we kept talking about, I'm like, yeah, okay, how about Friday? Friday we do the interview. I'll send you a Zoom link and we'll record it. And she'd say, I'm consulting with my attorneys who say I probably shouldn't make any statements right now while we're preparing this lawsuit. Or let's talk after my, because at that point in time, they had charged her with pimping, which is what she ultimately gets convicted of. In any event, I never did talk to this person. They just gave me good information. But the whole time I was talking to this person, her defense was, I'm being labeled as the perpetrator, but I'm the victim. She says, all I did was to show up, and because somebody had told me I could make thousands of dollars to screw some white gringo who wanted to have sex with a virgin. And she's like, and I was willing to do it, happy to do it, if I could get enough money to change my life. She's like, $1,000, $2,000 would have changed my life at that point. And she's like, I could have. And so I was there, prepared to play the role that Tim Ballard and these guys who had sold me on. And then they start passing around pictures of a 12-year-old girl. And I'm like, what am I supposed to do? I mean, what am I supposed to do here? And she says something. The first time she opens her mouth becomes the thing that apparently damns her in a really big way in the long run. And it's shocking what she says that ruined this woman's life.
That aren't super experienced because they're little girls. That's good.
Entonces,
So,
tratar de tener un poco
so try to have a little bit of
delicadeza.
a little bit delicate with them.
Te digo, son niñas.
Delicadez. That was the word. believe it or not, that line, that one word, delicatesse, which means delicacy or with delicateness, because delicacy means other things in English, but with treat them delicately. That right there ruined this woman's life. I mean, destroyed this woman's life and made her in front of the whole world appear to be a trafficker, in spite of the fact that they never got her for trafficking and they had multiple opportunities to, and they held her in prison without convicting her for 18 months in a Colombian women's prison, where when she gives interviews about it, she tells the hell she went through in prison.
Inocente y que usted es el que le va a dar la
Okay,
experiencia.
so you just said these are innocent girls. So, okay, gracias.
I'm glad it went well.
It went so.
This you just have to watch. It's like just a few seconds. I know that I said a minute ago that was the most disturbing thing. I'm just going to say this and then hit play. Watch Tim Ballard's face.
So well. It went so well. I'm telling you, they said things at this meeting tonight that I've never heard traffickers say. So great. I've never heard them talk, because they're trying to distance themselves too a little bit from how horrible this is, because deep down inside they know. Yeah. But to come out and say they're innocent and delicate, you can pound them, but they're innocent. So be soft with it. I'm like, dude, really? Wow! I can't wait for the judge to hear that one. Yeah. That's when sentencing time comes and they put that tape up. Yeah. You know.
And then I want to address something that I know is going to.
Okay, and we cut back to this is Charisse Bukowski again, and this is the thing I set you guys up for, and now I'm finally delivering on. This is the thing that she said that impressed me. I wanted to show you what she's talking about, so I cut in those scenes from the Abolitionists TV show, and I'm just going to hit play because she delivers.
Get me in trouble. I'm walking straight into like you guys throwing pie at my face at this point. I want to talk a little bit about Kelly's presence at the table where she says to go delicate.
I'm sorry, say that again.
I want to talk about Kelly's presence at the table in Colombia where she says to go delicate. If you look at that video, and I have watched it many times, if you look at that video, you see a terrified girl laughing in the face of these people who she believes are traffickers, who she just found out at that table were traffickers, according to her declaration. She did not know before she got to that table what was happening. She thought she was showing up to show somebody that they had, well-groomed, like model type girls, and that they had these girls to meet this American. She claims that it was there that she found out this was going on. And when I see that video, I see a terrified woman laughing and nervously grooming herself. And when you look at her face after the traffickers and Tim, including, are not looking at her, it goes blank. You can see the terror. And a reading of that situation, other than a terrified girl, to me smacks of misogyny. She was not there to traffic people, as Tim later admitted. He had never heard a trafficker say, go delicate on people before. She was there, and she agreed to go to traffic herself, but I think that is the point of this entire litigation. Whose story will the jury believe? I also think that both teams' failures to complete the record and failure to acknowledge and marshal the evidence before it, even, just treating seriously Rule 106, treating seriously the prima facie standard.
Again, Rule 106, as I understand it, is the rule that says whatever the prima facie case, regardless of what is initially the case that's brought against Tim Ballard, everything they bring up needs to be considered before they make a decision. She's gotten into it with these judges, and this woman is considered to be one of the best appellate lawyers in Utah. When they lecture her about what the law says and everything, she knows the law. Okay. And so especially when the two men on the court, interrupt her just to talk, and I'm trying not to do that at all. I just want to speak in support here, but I acknowledge that I also am a man interrupting her technically. But did you hear the things she just said? And she plainly started this, and she's like, okay, I'm about to do something that may be legally, or maybe professionally dangerous for me here, but I just have to say there's some serious misogyny going on here. She doesn't say you guys. She doesn't say in the district court. She doesn't say in Columbia. She doesn't say with Tim Ballard. She just says, I'm just going to point out the misogyny here. You got this young woman. Maybe she's not a child. She is not a child, right? But she is young. She's a young woman in a delicate situation who up until this moment, by her testimony and her words, doesn't know she's at a meeting with people who claim to be traffickers. And the people she's meeting with who claim to be traffickers are Tim Ballard in Operation Underground Railroad, and this guy Samuel, and this guy Eduardo, whom, as my understanding goes, she claims she doesn't even know Eduardo.
To me, their briefing read as very California-centric. They refused to meet UPEPA on UPEPA's grounds.
UPEPA, as I understand it, is either case law or some standard, some legal standard. And I'm sorry I didn't have time to look it up. I hadn't heard this before. But from the context of how they're talking about it, it's a legal standard that lays out apparently what actually makes a defamation lawsuit.
I think that this litigation is frivolous. The filing of the UPEPA motions here in the appeals were to stall things, to get Tim's coffers replenished, to get his other movies made. I do not see
Counsel,
a
it's a pretty
basis.
serious allegation.
Of course it is.
Do you have any evidence, or are you just inferring?
Here's my evidence. My evidence that this is baseless is based upon the fact that the parties fault the district court for not crediting their evidence at stage 2. Stage 2, under the plain language of UPEPA, the court only considers Kelly's evidence. Mr. Ballard's attorney never even mentions Rule 106 in his briefing. That is the evidentiary rule that says this is what's permitted. Never even mentions it. It doesn't make a showing. We are here because they're asking this court to fault the other court for doing things it cannot do under the plain language without taking seriously UPEPA. It is not, I have never, ever stood at this lectern and claimed that opposing counsel was dilatory or acted in bad faith. But right now, I will ask this court to take judicial notice of Tim Ballard's statement on Instagram, and I will file this later on today. Tim Ballard's statement on Instagram that Kelly Borys is the female trafficker in The Sound of Freedom. That is a statement that he just put out, similar to all the other statements where he tied them together. But that should show this court the level of bad faith that we're functioning at. He forgot that was at issue in this appeal.
Is something frivolous if we spent 2 hours as a court discussing in depth all of these issues and going back and forth? Like, how could that possibly be frivolous?
So
a frivolous
even if, and I think that this is one of those difficult cases where you say, okay, how can this get to the level of frivolous, right? There's not any UPEPA case law on the books. It's frivolous because they don't cite the prima facie standard in Utah. It's frivolous because they don't cite Section 106.
Well, that's a briefing deficiency. That's not there's
Okay.
nothing to decide here.
But But the standard here is whether there's a good faith basis under the law or an argument for an extension of the law. And they did not cite the law that it was under. They make a claim that the evidence was inadmissible without citing Rule 106.
Okay, I just want to clarify this. As I understand it, and again, disclaiming I am not an attorney, consult an attorney, do not take, this is not legal advice. Basically, what she's saying is this California attorney, who is licensed apparently to practice in Utah, brought a California-based case, a California-based complaint here about our case, and thinks that that's going to fly under Utah law, but does not recognize at all that under Utah law, Rule 106 says everything in the case is important to the case, and you can't rule on it you can't omit anything. If you just because it is not part, just because the order in which it's presented or anything like that. If Tim, and then she introduces that there's an Instagram post that Tim Ballard just put out. And I remember that. I wish I had it here. I think I do have it here somewhere. I recorded it when Tim put it out. My jaw hit the floor and I said, his case isn't even over yet. Okay. He had promised this is the way I remember it. I'll try to have it for next time. He promised his listeners, and especially the listeners of Troy Abel's podcast, the Last Dispensation podcast, the late Troy Abels. Again, I have never said that Troy Abels was murdered. I'm just putting it out there. As far as I know, he wasn't. I also never said that he did himself in. As far as I know, he didn't. But all I have said, I just want to get this on the record. All I said is when he brought Tim Ballard back into his life, all of a sudden he showed up dead. I'm just leaving it like that. I am expressly saying I don't think that he was murdered. Okay. I just think it's weird because I've been covering this case for a while, and suddenly, anyway, Tim would tell people, I'm going to release, as you know, we can't, the case with Kelly Suarez is ongoing in Colombia, but as soon as her conviction is done, he said, I'm going to release the proof that that this woman, Kelly Suarez, is guilty of trafficking. They had already decided not to charge her with trafficking, partially on the evidence, on basis, I'm going to say on some evidence I'm about to show you here in a minute. And instead, they brought charges against her when the statute of limitations was running out. They brought limitations against her for pimping, or they call it like, is it called proffering? It's called I forget the term, but it's pimping, for offering sex with another person in exchange for money. Prostitution is not illegal. Pimping a person, selling another person for sex, or selling sex, having sex with this person, whether or not that person is kidnapped, whether or not that person has come from out of state or out of the region, whatever the reason, taking money in exchange for sex with another person, or in some way setting up another person to be prostituted, is a separate charge in Colombia, and that's what they charged her with. And the reason why, when Tim finally released on his Instagram the footage, what I remember seeing, maybe I remember wrong. Somebody else probably has seen this. And I want to speak to Pearls having put this up there. This is it exactly. That I never understood that the delicate word was not on October 11th. Good dig, Joe. Some Pearl Gonzalez says. I'm pretty sure I know who Pearl Gonzalez is. And thank you. And thank you for everything you've done for us. Pearl gets me good information. the footage that I saw was that I remember seeing. And I wish I could find it. I'm probably gonna have to dig through either Tim's Instagrams or my old files. I bet he's taken it down by now. Is of Kelly Suarez on the island, not at the table, on the actual island on the day of the 11th, and says to somebody, "Toma delicadez," and you can't see her lips moving in the shot because it's dark. And I remember looking at that and saying, as a video producer, that could easily be a doctored shot where they just took a shot of her where you can't see her face or read her lips, and then took that word from that meeting, cleaned out some of the background audio, laid it down over some room noise at that island, put that up as a clip, and boom. And their claim is that she got informed on the day that she was at the island that somebody said to her that they did bring that girl who's only, I think they said she was 14, and she said something to the effect of, have delicacy, deal with her delicately, treat her delicately. That was the claim made by Tim Ballard that I saw and that I remember seeing. And again, I wish I had it to show you, but I remember looking at it and saying, what are the chances that on two separate occasions she said almost word for word the exact same thing, and in a way that I could look at it and say, if I were to doctor that, it'd take 5 minutes as a video producer. And Tim Ballard has people who make videos. I'm all the time, and I'm looking at that, and I'm like, no, sus. As a professional video editor with 30 years experience, this is 2026, I've been editing since 1995, and I can tell you, in high school I could have done that. In high school, 1997, 1996, I could have done it. I could have done that in a matter of minutes. And I'm like, I don't buy it. I don't buy it for a second. So that's what she's talking about here.
And we've got these parties where you've got this impoverished woman from Colombia who has been totally ruined by people who are able to gain capital quickly and running through her resources and dragging them out because they can afford legal fees that she cannot. And I just want to argue that this litigation, and it's made in both, and you kind of wonder, like, how, okay, if they're both so bad that they're frivolous, how can that be? It seems that those arguments cut against each other. However, I just want to say that I filed a motion for an extension. It was opposed. My motion was due in this court on February 10th. I'm sorry, my responsive brief was due on February 10th in Angel Studios. It was due on February 12th in Ballard's case. Ballard copied and pasted the section of the opposition that Sound of Freedom drafted, saying that I had to file before midnight the day before, and put it in his opposition and said I had to file on February 10th before February 12th. And it was patently 2 days before. And, you know, I put in my response that February 10th is 2 days before February 12th. I mean, there is a lot of Ballard relying on Angel Studios in this litigation. And I think that's where you get to this really bad briefing where both parties refuse to meet UPEPA on UPEPA's grounds. And so I would argue that it goes past bad briefing to, even if I didn't respond, I have no burden as the appellee. I have no burden to respond. But if they make a prima facie showing of reversal and I don't respond, that's a dangerous game that I play.
Counsel, we are endeavoring to bring discipline to this analysis. we're focused on what you alleged in the complaint, which particular statements were defamatory. I thought Mr. Eisenhut made a fairly decent argument that looking to the complaint, that ultimately one issue is at stake, and that is that Spear Fund joint statement. I know you disagree with that. But let's assume for a minute that that's where the analysis brings us. So the Spear statement, was it false?
It was false as to Kelly Suarez.
Walk me through that.
And Kelly Suarez is the most famous of the people there. It was also made at the same time that they were promoting Sound of Freedom. So
which part of it was false as to her?
I'm sorry?
Which part of it was false as to her?
That she was a trafficker that people had been rescued from.
We also have.
So we're going to get into this. We're back into the abolitionists again. So you heard, I just want to point this out. So, because you're only watching this probably once, go back, watch it again if you want. Of course, watch as many times as you want. Like every time. Just kidding. I don't think you even can do that. Do you remember a minute ago she was talking about that in the, that Kelly Suarez had made a defense of herself about against the Columbia courts, in which she had said that it was a case of mistaken identity, that she was arrested at all. Kelly Suarez has maintained from the beginning that she wasn't there to pimp or traffic anybody, that she was told that she could sell her own body to Paul Hutchinson and he would pay for sex with her, and which apparently may have been more true than anybody would have liked. I don't know that, but it's the impression that we're getting from Tim Ballard. It's the impression we're getting from a lot of people surrounding this case, but that she actually thought it was real and saw an opportunity to make money and decided to sell sex with her in order to lift herself out of poverty and her mother out of poverty. And that is something that's not against the law in Colombia, as I understand it. But then she gets there, and they begin looking for a woman named Nina or Nita, and they're looking for her because she has arranged to have, apparently has promised to bring actual children to an event, which we learn later because of Pedro Flores, who's Tim Ballard's boy, the Tejiendo Sueños guy, who was Simba in the movie, the little 11-year-old boy, who turns out to have been a 17-year-old teenager who showed up that day with a friend or with a boyfriend who was I think also 17, and we learned from him in a statement. Maybe I'll show it to you here in a minute. That as far as he could tell, every person on this island on that day was an adult. Either they were strangers he didn't know, or just by looking at them, they were all 18 or older. They had to be. And then the fact that they ended up with somewhere in the mix somebody who either passed as a 14-year-old by looking at her, or 14 or 15-year-old, or actually was a 14 or 15-year-old. Nobody knew it except for whoever brought her, which I think is understood to be either Eduardo or Samuel. I forget that detail now. But to the best of everyone's knowledge, this person was not known. Whoever it was and however old they were was not known to Kelly Suarez. And she did not mean to sell anybody else. She was there to make money for herself by selling her own body.
We have Sean Reyes on our team. Sean is the Attorney General of Utah and a good friend of mine. He is helping us here by playing the role of Paul Stone's bodyguard.
Anybody catch our Hookers and Blow episode from earlier? Max Place, the people on Facebook the guy on Facebook who tags the Tim Ballard with Matt Cooper, the Tim Ballard's right-hand man, and Sean Reyes, and a guy named Brady McIntyre, who the owner of a gentleman's barber shop / penthouse in Salt Lake City called Mac's Place, right? McIntyre, Mac's Place. And that it came out in the newspaper that Sean Reyes was holding campaign re-elections, running for re-election as Attorney General, and he spent $10,000 of his donors' money in like little $1 donations or $1 purchases for office supplies from from Mac's Place all the way up to like a couple $1,000s for like dinners and little treats for him and his guests, while he used Mac's Place as a wired for some. Shame on you, probably. Well, he used Mac's Place as a campaign, as another campaign office, because there's a law in Utah, as I understand it, that you can't use public buildings for your campaign office. And so they had a separate office for the campaign, but going back and forth across the street, as I understand, it was like across the street from Mac's Place, which is pretty much downtown downtown Salt Lake. Rather than going back and forth across the street, he would just hold meetings there at Mac's Place, which is a lot cooler. It's got this, and it does have a kind of cool little flapper vibe and everything. Like, I get it. It's very macho, very manly. Old muscle cars. They have a bar that doesn't serve alcohol. That's okay. Here's Salt Lake for you. And apparently they have a penthouse. And then it came out that Tim Ballard, when the Davis County attorney, Troy Rawlings, which means he's a relative of mine. Everybody is. I don't know him. I don't. He's got to be a distant. Rawlings and Rawlings are we're quite a bit removed, but we are the same family. Eventually, we all are. Us and the trees and the sharks. But that Tim Ballard came out that Tim Ballard had apparently given as much as like $1 million when he started to get investigated by Davis County's attorney's office. He was apparently pissed with Sean Reyes that he let it happen, because he had spent like $1 million at Mac's Place, hooking Sean Reyes up with a penthouse and women and cocaine, and that this is all in the allegations by Celeste Borys and the other women who filed lawsuits against him. And so again, it all comes back to Celeste Borys going out on a limb, taking one for the team, and apparently because the courts were convinced that she had done all this while employed by Tim Ballard. None of the evidence that she had collected was admissible in court. And so they started dropping her lawsuits, in spite of the fact that it's like, wait a minute, okay, maybe I don't understand the law, and I'm sure I don't, but can't an exception be made, or isn't there some kind of case law that says, okay, unless it's that you got public officials buying hookers and blow, or being bribed with hookers and blow, in order to use his position to protect a man who is accused of crimes here from getting his comeuppance. It's like, I think that if there's not a legal standard that says, well, that's an exception to the rule, well, then there damn well should be. There damn well should be. Make this the one. Make case law out of this one. Unless, of course, it involves bribing law enforcement officials with hookers and blow so that they don't have to, so that they will protect you. The text messages that Celeste Borys, if I remember it correctly, in her complaint, the text messages between Tim Ballard and Sean Reyes were shocking. I was stunned. I'm like, I knew these guys were dirty. I knew that there was something off, but I had no idea how dirty these guys were.
And they're going to be put right in here. Okay? The female jump team members, you will be in this room taking care of these kids. At one point, you're going to...
Okay, just to review, especially for people who are coming into the stream for the first time. So now we're talking about what Kelly Suarez, attorney, was just talking about, the event in Cartagena. We've already seen her sitting at the table, touching her hair, laughing nervously. That was like yesterday compared to this day. I'm pretty sure it was like that, or that previous day at lunch with Paul Hutchinson, whom she says she had been told he was there looking for a black or dark complected young woman who could pass as a minor and as a virgin to fulfill his sexual fantasy, that he was an extremely rich man from America. That last part, at least, is actually true. He is a hedge fund manager from Salt Lake, as I understand it. Yeah. So here we're gonna watch. They're preparing for the next day's operation, which is everything that you see in Sound of Freedom. In fact, they actually took this footage and put it in Sound of Freedom. Yes, I've seen that movie, and yes, I saw it in the theaters when it came out. And even then, as a person who was critical of Tim Ballard, as I am now, I said that the movie was actually pretty good.
See, some of the kids are going to go out and sit at the table. They're not going to hear what we say. They're just going to show them, so we can get a good video of them for evidence, so they can see these are the kids. And then we ask them, are you talking about that girl and that boy, right? What are they going to do? So there's no misunderstandings in the trial or in the judicial proceedings that these guys are selling these kids to do X, Y, and Z, and we get them to talk as dirty and as pornographic as we can. It's a punch to the stomach, but we got to get them to do it because that's what puts them away for a long time. Those kids will come back in here. They won't hear us, again, they won't hear us saying these things about them. I won't let that happen.
We believe that each of these children is loved by God, and we believe that he helps us in rescuing children, so we include him in all our preparations.
Father, we just come to you now, Lord. We thank you for just the love that you have for us, Father, but more so the love that you have for these girls. We just pray right now, Lord, that you protect each and every person that's here, God, but most of all those children that are going to be here. God, we plead with you that you would touch their hearts, that this would be the beginning of a new life for them.
Amen. Everybody bring it in real quick. Vamos con nosotros aquí.
Take the most Mormon thing ever. Bless this trafficking that will nourish and strengthen our bodies. Bless the hands that prepared it. It's like the most Mormon freaking thing ever. Oh, shit. I hit the wrong button. I always do that. Go back to praying. You saints, go back to praying.
A new life for them.
Amen. Everybody bring it in real quick. Vamos con nosotros aquí. 1, 2, 3.
As they get off the boat, we make a show of celebration.
Un momento.
Okay, another freeze frame. Who do you see? Remember the story of Kelly Suarez, okay? The claim by Tim Ballard is that this is the villain of Sound of Freedom, that she's gone, and who in the film is a beauty queen, a beauty pageant queen, who is internationally well known. And because of that, she runs a talent agency that goes around kidnapping children all over the world, all over Latin America at least, and traffic and bringing them in for auditions, and then their parents who send their kids on to an audition after Giselle or Miss Juarez, who is not at all, according to Mark Eisenhut's claim, Miss Suarez. Miss Suarez and Miss Juarez are different people. So much so that even he calls her Miss Kelly. He's like, can I just call her Miss Kelly? Because he knows he has to stop and say over and over again, Miss Suarez. I mean Miss Suarez, not Miss Juarez. Miss Juarez, the fictional character. Miss Suarez is the real person, and there the twain shall meet. He knows he doesn't want to have to do that, so he just calls her Miss Kelly, or he tries to, and then ends up calling her Miss Suarez over and over again. Anyway, but okay, so the narrative here is that she is a beauty queen, a beauty pageant queen who has kidnapped children from their parents, and their parents never thought to go to the police, never thought to go to the newspaper. It's just happening all the time, and nobody even thinks about it. According to, this is what we're led to believe by Sound of Freedom. The other story is Kelly Suarez's own story, which she still maintains. which is that she was told she could get some dough. She could look like she's 15 years old. So she, or somewhere in thereabouts, I believe, I don't know why it's stuck in my head that I must have read it somewhere, but I can't show you where. So I may be wrong about this. But my understanding is that that the guidance was 15 years old, black or morena in Spanish, who was, which just means dark, really dark. In Spanish, it's very rare that that black or dark refers to a specific ethnic group, at least not in Latin America, in my experience. And I have quite a bit of experience in Latin America and in Spanish. So a morena who can pass as being about 15 years old and can play up like a virgin, like doesn't know what to do, does the thing. Okay, it's gross. Okay, but you look at the picture of the person you're looking at here, which is the person that you would say you're looking at in this photo. Again, this is just a still from Tim Ballard's show about how this woman is a dangerous trafficker and living large, making stacks and stacks of cash, selling sex with kids, and nobody knows, and nobody thought to report. My child went away to an audition and never showed up again. It's been X number of weeks. Nobody thinks to say anything, really? Or this other wild story that she just came there because she needed the money, and apparently Paul Hutchinson, as far as she knows, is paying for it. Now watch what you're about to see here.
They pose with us. No idea they're about to be arrested.
They take pictures with us, and then you see what appears to me to be Paul Hutchinson, standing there posing for a picture with his arm around Kelly Suarez. I mean, I've never done any trafficking deals. Anybody out there done a trafficking deal? Do you put your arm around the girl that is obviously trying to win your favor so that you'll pay her, or do you put your arm around a pimp? Maybe you do.
Dinero, aquí.
The traffickers sit down with their backs to the beach. Everything is going according to the plan. They won't see the police when they come to arrest Edward and his partners.
11, 11.
Hay uno de 12 y uno de 13. Y hay un niño de 11.
There's the little boy that's 11 years old, and the last two ones that came out are 12 and 13. Y algo de los vírgenes, de los vírgenes. Edward, ¿los vírgenes hacen todo o qué?
No, porque como hay que saberlo trabajar.
Pero él quiere, dígale
Eso es para el jefe, ya el sexo, ya le dije sexo.
As we're talking, we ask Edward if we can see some of the virgins, so he gets up and leaves the table to go get them. After a few minutes, he has not returned, so I go to check on him to see what's going on.
I'm gonna skip this part. My understanding is that this whole part right here is just bullshit. They just made it up for the show, but I don't know that to be the truth. From my understanding, they just had to make something up. But here in a minute, you're going to see something that really did happen that does sound familiar to what we hear from Pedro Flores later that I had talked about way back at the beginning of this whole case, which is this right here. He says, then they do bring, he says he went into the next room where they had some virgins set apart for everybody, and that they wanted to see the virgins. And he goes out there when Samuel or Eduardo doesn't come back and finds them huddled around in a corner crying. I saw the footage and that doesn't look like what I saw. But he convinces them, don't worry, you don't have to do anything. We believe you that they're virgins. However, bring us some of these other ones that are, underage. And let's let Big Paul, look at them. And so that's a curious thing.
They asked you, ¿cómo se llama? It's so hard to play the role of a pedophile, to look into these kids' eyes knowing that they think that you are evil, that you're going to use them as sex objects, that you're going to abuse them. Even though it's hard, you can't stop playing the role even for a second, because the traffickers are always watching for anything that doesn't look right. but we know that it will only be a few more minutes until these kids are liberated.
Thank you.
Un permisito así, que sabe que yo me había puesto directo con ustedes para la cuestión. Usted sabe cómo. Ya, usted sabe todo.
If you're not reading the subtitles right now, he's saying, excuse me, will we be getting paid directly from you or what? And Tim Ballard is explaining to him, yeah. Our friends are coming over from St. Teresa, and they're bringing the dough.
Samuel.
Propina. Propina.
Tell him I want to talk real.
More than happy to talk about his business ideas.
Okay, yeah.
Es posible seguir haciendo ese tipo de fiesta continuamente en un hotel en el Perú. Ustedes pueden manejar esto. Edward, es posible hacer esto.
Claro. Prácticamente la agencia se va a montar es como para criar las niñas de 10 años hasta la edad que, ¿me entiende? Inscribimos niñas en la agencia. En la agencia la idea es inscribir niñas, hacer eventos para que las niñas vayan, o sea, como hacerlas crecer. Ya para ustedes, pues saquen provecho de la fiesta.
Okay, so did you catch all that? Maybe not. Let me revise for you. Let me review. So Eduardo goes around. He's trying to get Tim and Paul Hutchinson. He apparently is convinced Tim Ballard doesn't have any money, which is, as far as I understand, is not true. But he's going to Paul, who's obviously the big money, and these other Americans, and saying, "You guys have money, right? We should build a hotel." He wants to be in business, and if he has to sell them on that. There's plenty of opportunities for you to have what you want with kids, and that he knows them. Very important that, as far as I can tell so far, every time this guy talks to Tim and Paul and Utah Attorney General Sean Reyes and anybody else who's there about that he can sell them kids like 11, 12 years old, he shows them pictures on his phone. So for all anybody knows, this guy just has a CSAM thing. And he just happens to have a bunch of these images on his phone because, as far as I can tell, he doesn't bring anybody to any parties. At least nobody like that. And what do you see there? So when the police arrive and storm the beach and come in, she doesn't move, man. She sits there in that bench while everybody around her hits the deck as they start screaming, "Everybody get to the floor! Everybody get to the fucking floor!" And she's sitting there on the bench. And when they get to her and they're like, "That means everybody," she's like, "Oh my God." And then she like leans down, like doubles over onto the bench. And look at again, I can't stress this enough. Look at the way the woman is dressed. That's a 20-year-old woman right there. And she's getting arrested now. This is your beauty queen trafficker, according to Tim Ballard.
Bueno, la verdad no me acuerdo si había...
Okay, so we're gonna get to this piece of this little piece of footage. So this was sent to me by the person who claims to be Kelly Suarez. I don't know if she is or not. I came across the same clip elsewhere posted. I do believe that the clip is real, and it is from apparently statements being taken in Colombia after this bust, after the bust, with people who were involved. And this is what this guy has to say in the case. That, as I understand it, this is the statement that put to bed whether or not Colombia was ever going to charge Kelly Suarez with trafficking. This is what, in spite of what you just saw, what really sells, at least in the mind of Kelly Suarez, and I'm pretty impressed with it too. I believe this guy is a CTI agent, which is what they call their FBI. And this is the moment where they went, shit. Where the Colombian government went, shit, we held this woman in prison for 1.5 years because Tim Ballard convinced us that she was a beauty queen trafficker and we would get, rewarded for it. And guess what? This is what we got and said.
Chicos, pero sí había chicas, varias chicas. Y ahí que se destaque, aparte de los chicos que ellos llevaron para mostrarnos, estaba efectivamente el señor Samuel y la señora Kelly. Lo que pasa es que la señora Kelly.
Just want to point out here, he takes a serious pause there. He takes a serious pause there. Okay, he says, I just want to make so just to recap what you just heard, if you're not reading it and don't speak Spanish, he said, yes, there were boys there, but not like there were girls. But there were lots of girls. I don't know. I think he says, I don't know how many of them were adults or not. He said, but mainly in that room, you had Samuel and Kelly. And very apparently, Kelly was there on the arm of Samuel. She was his date. And if anything, she wasn't selling anyone. She was for sale. And she knew it. So that's what this is the guy. So this is the guy who was there. He's telling us. So he's in the middle of it. Just let him finish here. But notice how as a matter of fact, I'm going to rewind it a little bit. I'm sorry. But it's very important, I think, to get this right. Listen to the way he says it.
Bueno, la verdad no me acuerdo si había chicos, pero sí había chicas, varias chicas. Y ahí que se destaque, aparte de los chicos que ellos llevaron para mostrarnos, estaba efectivamente el señor Samuel y la señora Kelly.
Forgive me. Sorry for coughing in your ears, folks. I should mention this. He says the only ones we saw, apart from the young people that they brought, the younger people who looked younger or maybe were younger, that they brought in to parade in front of us, which is what Pedro Flores says happened to him. That at one point, the part where he felt like he was trafficked was when they told him, we're going to go on a tour of the island. And then he says, and then we were made to parade in front of the Americans while they checked us out and made a very obvious show that they were selecting the ones that they wanted. And it made me feel like I was part of a meat market. This is the man who, is called Simba in the movie, is played off like he's an 11-year-old boy. He was actually a 17-year-old teenager who was there with his boyfriend because they had been told, he said, that they would get paid for partying and dancing and having good time. And even if they didn't have sex with anybody, that the sex with the Americans was just an override, and that he didn't care about making that much money. He could get paid hundreds of dollars just to go and eat food and drink and hang out with his boyfriend. He was cool with that up until the point where they made him parade in front of the Americans, and then he felt sexualized. Then he felt objectified, and he's been in therapy for years since then. At the time he told Troy Abels that on the last Dispensation podcast, and I was watching it, he said he'd been in therapy since then. It was 10 years later. So he says, I've been in therapy ever since then, just because of the way I felt that day. I felt paraded around. So this is a moment, he says, apart from that moment where they brought those younger people into the room, and apparently they weren't that young. I mean, again, Pedro says pretty much everybody there was my age or older. Apart from that moment where they brought in these teenagers to parade in front of us, We didn't really see anybody else except for Samuel and Kelly.
Lo que pasa es que la señora Kelly no, en ese momento no manifestaba un rol. Parecía ser en ese momento, ese día, si no estoy mal, lo que pasa es que ustedes me disculparán, ha pasado siempre algo de tiempo y algunos detalles se me pueden escapar.
Allow me to interpret as closely as I can. He says, going a little bit in reverse order here. Granted, my memory is not as clear as it could be. It's been some number of years, but I have to say, as my memory recollects, Miss Kelly, what her role in that on that day was not, and she did not play the role of a trafficker on that day that I saw, and it was clear to me that she was not there to engage in that.
Pero ella ahí, si no estoy mal, si la memoria no me falla, ella ahí.
Excuse me. Except, however, she, if my memory serves well,
manifestaba un rol más pasivo.
Played a role. Manifestar means manifest. Un papel is a role, like a role in a play. Same thing when you get a role. A role was originally in English even an actual role, even though it's spelled R-O-L-E. You would, like Shakespeare wouldn't write plays in, enter and so and then this and then so and so says and so says. He would write them on separate sheets for the actors. He would write out what their dialogue was and as minimal stage directions he could get away with on different roles, and then he would roll them up and he would hand those rolls out, and that spelling of roll stuck, even though it's actually similar to R-O-L-L. Well, similarly in Spanish, a roll is a papel, a paper. And he says the role that she played was passive.
Pareciera que ella acompañaba a Samuel, pero pareciera que ella también estaba siendo ofrecida.
He said she came in as accompanying Samuel. Acompañando gives to imply on the arm of, as the date of, as the escort to Samuel. But he says it was very clear that she was on offer as well.
Ya como que iba a ser parte entre los chicos que él estaba poniendo en la mesa para hacer el evento.
That she was there to be among the youths, the people, the jóvenes who were there, jóvenes or youths in English. She was among the people who had been brought here to be on offer.
Pero ella, obviamente, todo el tiempo estaba acompañando al señor Samuel.
But to the best of my knowledge, she was there accompanying Samuel.
The largest human trafficking bust.
Okay, so that's all of that clip. We spent a long time at this. You guys exhausted with this? Do you guys have it in you to do one more? That was number 3, right? Because I only have 4. Let's just do it real quickly. Okay, let's get Mark Eisenhunt back in here and get him to give a kind of closing case. That's a great question, Huggy. That didn't even occur to me. I hope so. I mean, hey, that therapy can work. Apparently, I'd go for it. I don't know. From my understanding, from the interview that Tim Ballard's boy Pedro Flores gave to the Last Dispensation podcast, he said that Tim Ballard had helped him in the 10 years intervening. Apparently, they're very close now because he makes content, Pedro Flores does, for the Tim Ballard Foundation. At least he has it on at least one occasion that I've seen. So here we go.
Suarez is a trafficker. I agree, that could be evidence.
Okay, so it all comes back to you just don't believe that the movie is his statement or statements.
There's no allegation that it is.
Yeah, that there's no allegation in the complaint of that. Therefore, all of that is essentially irrelevant because it doesn't go to something that's specifically alleged.
Correct. And as I said, we did our best to scour, and when we put our motion out there, we identified these 3 statements that were attributed to him, and that's it. And there's been no, to this date, including during this argument, there's been no suggestion that there's another allegation in there that he said anything other than what we've identified and briefed, and it comes down to the one statement.
And just
Okay, so before we go into the justices interrupting here, so just to reiterate, in case you thought that I was being unfair about Mark Eisenhut's argument, his argument here is they say that the movie Sound of Freedom defamed their client, but because they didn't file it in the way, didn't argue for it in the right way, and it doesn't actually name their client in the movie itself, they can't bring that in no matter how much they come in with, well, when you talk about it in context of Tim goes on Instagram and he goes on this podcast and he says, did you see the movie Sound of Freedom? That's Kelly Suarez. That's Kelly Suarez. That's over there. He says in the rules as they are, that that if she doesn't allege in the opening of all of this, of the whole case, something that very clearly is actionable by tort, I guess. If she doesn't lay that out in connection to Sound of Freedom, you have to throw the whole thing out. And if we start throwing things out, well, you also have to throw out this statement over here that's actually about the abolitionists. And you can throw this out over here. You got to throw this out over here. And it's like, in the end, you end up with only 3 statements. 2 of them you can't admit. And as I understand it, I'm trying to remember why. And then the third one is from the Spear Fund, and everything that they said is that statement from the Spear Fund, and everything said in that Spear Fund is true, and none of it was specifically pointed at Kelly Suarez, whose name doesn't even get mentioned in there. That's the way I understand it.
tell me why it's not sufficient that in their first cause of action, they said that cause of action went to all defendants and it included statements and the movie.
Well, they only specifically said the movie in that complaint in cause of action 1 as to, I believe, falsity or truth. I believe it was an allegation about that.
I think that is true.
It didn't say, and this is the important thing, again, First Amendment rights. Like, if I'm going to be sued for my speech, I need to know what speech I made that I'm getting sued for. And nowhere in it does it say Mr. Ballard made these statements in the Sound of Freedom movie, nor could it honestly say that anyway. But if it did, at least he could then respond to it, and we could get into this evidentiary.
And there you have it, friends. You guys want to see some more dirty gossip related to Tim Ballard? There we go. Let's pull up a couple of things. Do I pull up a PDF or an image? I think I pull up an image. Is this in downloads? This is in downloads. If it's not in downloads, we're not going to do that. We're just going to give up on it. Is that? What are you? No, that's not it. Where is this? Oh my gosh, I have so much crap. Let me just search through my downloads, search through Core Horror. If we don't find it right away, then never mind. Yeah, no. Let's go to the Core Horror folder. Because I had some more interesting things. I'm like, shoot, I didn't even show that yet. Oh well. You here? You here? Are you here? Are you here? Underground or Miami Heat. Joe Moronic rescue. Boom. Oh, I was just thinking about. There's something else I wanted to show you guys. I did get a chance to last week. Oh well, it's good enough. Good enough for government work. What was it? What was the other thing? About Tim Ballard. Did a whole bunch of stuff. Oh, because I'm looking at images. Video files. Hold on. Let me pull it up here. I got some things I've been capturing for possible stories here. Okay, yeah. Let's check out some other stuff. Let's change things up a little bit. Kai Schwemmer, Nick Shirley. There's one just some Nick Shirley stuff. We got Donald Trump claiming he's Jesus. I'm so sick of that. Let's not do that part. Wow. Tim's Instagram rants. We did that last time, didn't we? No, we didn't do all of it. About tribute to Troy Abels, using it to promote himself. Yeah, that's another one. That's good. Voyager 2. Cardinal. Rod Meldrum. Let me show you a couple of things. Let me show you this. I'm not going to show that. I'm going to show you a couple of things here.
Starting in the war in Ukraine. And they're not looking to rescue 15, 16, 17-year-olds, though.
Okay, so we showed this. I don't think I showed everything here from Tim Ballard. I just did a quick deep dive. I did a quick dive into a whole bunch of shit. Look, here's a good example on Instagram, on Tim Ballard's Instagram, right? You just heard Mark Eisenhut arguing that Tim Ballard had nothing to do with the production of the film, Sound of Freedom. No editorial control whatsoever. And here he is sitting at the Bedminster Resort of Donald Trump. And look at the players you got in this one photo, in this one still alone, where they're there to promote Sound of Freedom and show Sound of Freedom at President Trump's estate, at his golf club. And that's I think Doral, right? You got Donald Trump, then you got Eduardo Verástegui, and you've got Tim Ballard, and you've got Jim Caviezel just sitting there. This is, I mean, people, if they are trying to make the case, if Mark Eisenhut or anybody else is trying to make the case that Tim Ballard has nothing to do with the production of Sound of Freedom, and that he doesn't inure any profit from the Sound of Freedom, explain that image to me, right? That's interesting, Huggy. That's an interesting claim. Really? I'd love something on that. I did that. Do you guys see the clip I posted a couple of weeks ago of Steve Bannon and Jim Caviezel on Steve Bannon's program, and Jim Caviezel looks him dead in the eyes and says, and he says, do you know about Epstein Island? And you can see Steve Ballard. You see Steve Bannon like, yeah, oh God, yeah, terrible. It's like he doesn't want to tell him I've been seen. You should see it close up. Little St. James Island, yeah, I've been there a bunch of times. No, he's like, and he's like, well, that's not the only island out there. The only sex island out there. Tim Ballard is now making that claim. Is now making that very claim. It's like people are so upset about about Epstein Island, and they should be sure it's terrible what happened there. He's like, but it's not even the worst one. The worst one, he says, was in Cartagena. If you saw The Sound of Freedom, it's like, okay, nobody's buying it, man. Anyway,
he knew that we had rescued him, and he refused. Because he refused to play ball with who I would call terrorists, okay, of children, they came after him. The cartels came after him. They exposed him. Okay, Alan Mortensen actually exposed him publicly, which is another felony in Colombia. And we had to go rescue him again. It's the craziest story. Read the Pedro filing, and I'm going to share this with you.
okay, just so that we're clear, what he's saying there. She's talking about that guy Pedro that I was just telling you about, who signed a document. Do you want to see it? Here, I'll show it to you. As I understand it, after having done some research here, this is real. I'm going to pull it up in my email from Kelly. I looked it up. Apparently, it's real. Okay. I received this in my email from a person who claims to be Kelly Suarez. And probably it's not. Let me just show it with you. Share screen. This is a scanner document, a signed document here. And it says, Declaración de Pedro Flores Ramos. Declaration of Pedro Flores Ramos. Again, allegedly, this is the 11-year-old boy, according to the film The Sound of Freedom, in case anybody's confused about whether or not The Sound of Freedom is bullshit. That he was an 11-year-old boy on that island off the coast of Cartagena on October 11th, 2013, or 2014. And that one of the traffickers walks up to him and is like, oh yeah, that's just my type. That's just my speed. I want to break me off a piece of that. And Jim Caviezel, Tim Believezeal, steps in and says, you can't. And then before he gives up the whole gig, before he narcs on himself, goes, "'Cause he's mine." And they're like, "Oh, da. And they have this whole thing, right? And this little 11-year-old boy, 10-year-old boy, whatever he he looks terrified. And they reveal in the movie, oh, this one, he's so young, and he thinks he's Simba from The Lion King. And he's a 17-year-old boy. Still too young to have anything like this happen to him. And it wasn't anything like that. This is a statement, allegedly, that he actually signed in Colombia when Kelly Suarez went up. And I don't know how much of a role Alan Mortensen or Suzette Rasmussen or anybody else played in this. Remember that, according to everything I have seen, Kelly Suarez is now an attorney herself. She's probably plenty capable to draft up a statement like this. But this is a statement that says, from Pedro Flores Ramos. This is the guy who plays this guy who supposedly was Simba in the movie. 1, my name is Pedro Flores Ramos. 2, my birth date is June 8th, 1997. Number 3, on the 11th of October, 2014, I was 17 years old. Number 4, before the 11th of October of 2014, I lived with my parents, Oscar Flores and Alejandra Ramos, in Cartagena, Colombia. Before the 11th of October, number 6, they skipped number 5. This is one of the reasons why I'm like, is it fake? Is it real? I don't know. I probably would do that. Like, you make up a list of something and then you accidentally delete number 5 and think it's going to update the numbers, and it just doesn't for whatever reason. Anyway, number 6, before the 11th of October, 2014, I was informed that there was a party on Facebook where there would be present certain Americans. Number 7, this ad on Facebook also told me that if I would have sex with one of the Americans, they would pay me 1 million pesos colombianos. 1 million pesos colombianos, yeah. And that all the transportation, the boat fare, the food, and alcohol would be included. would be free. Number 8, this ad on Facebook or notice on Facebook also said that if we did decide to have sex with one of the Americans, they would pay us. They pay us 400,000 pesos colombianos for. What's it? Oh, sorry, sorry. Allow me to revise. The notice on Facebook also told us that even if we didn't decide to have sex with the Americans, they would pay us 400,000 pesos colombianos just for attending the party, and that the transportation, boat fare, food, and alcohol would all be free as well. Based upon that invitation, I decided to attend the party so that they would pay me the 400,000 pesos colombianos for attending the party and the transportation, boat fare, food, and free booze. We went to the party, number 10. We went to the party without the intention of having sex with anybody, of having sexual relations with anybody, including between ourselves, since we were minors at the time. 11. Before the party on the 11th of October, 2014, I did not know Kelly Suarez, not in private and not publicly, as some supposed beauty pageant queen in Cartagena. Number 12. In no moment did Kelly Suarez invite me to the party and did not promise me money, nor promise me money. Number 13. Before the 11th of October, 2014, never had I been the object of a sex deal, but I had been the victim of sexual abuse by a neighbor at some point before the 11th of October, 2014. Number 15. Again, somebody's been deleting lines here, not updating the numbers on these things. So you jump straight from 13 to 15. 15. Nonetheless, after arriving at the party, the American women encircled us or surrounded us in a room, and things turned terrifying and traumatic. Number 16. The Americans began then to call us one by one to get to know the island where the party was being held, and to leave and to allow the pedophiles to check us out and decide which children they wanted to have sex with. Number 17. It surprised me very much, because in that moment I realized that I, together with the rest, including the minors, was being trafficked with sexual for sexual ends. 18. Finally, before anybody could achieve any sexual contact, the Colombian military, the Colombian soldiers came, and once again we were surrounded in the room. Which thing was an experience very terrifying and traumatic. And 19. After feeling the horrors of being trafficked on the 11th of October, 2014, I decided to start a program that cares of aftercare, an aftercare program for survivors of sex trafficking that is called Tejiendo Sueños, or Weaving Dreams. Tejiendo Sueños has worked hand in hand with the support of Operation Underground Railroad. 21. Operation Underground Railroad sent was sent what's the proper word? Grants for my program and for aftercare, for my aftercare program. 23, I was I was Richard Sato. I was represented as Simba in the movie Sound of Freedom. Signed this day of February 2024, Pedro Ramos. Oof. That was more difficult than I anticipated. So anyway. So there you go. Right? So this is the guy that Timmy's talking about here.
A little bit weird because this is Pedro talking about me and how he feels about me. I feel the same about him. Listen to what he said recently in a post about me and about really us, our team, for what we did for him. And I thank God for what he did for us.
I don't think you can really read that. Anyways, it goes like this. Okay, so here's a...
We are in Washington, D.C., working on behalf of the Druze people, exposing everybody as part of Operation Millstone. Please go to my upper room message if you want to get the whole context of what this Operation Millstone is all about. Yes, the Druze people are part of it because the same people who tried to destroy my mission have also been complicit in letting their defamation hurt the Druze people. Anyway, I told you yesterday that I was going to do another tribute to Troy Abels, who, unlike the dishonest podcasters who defamed me,
put some other podcasters' face up. That's my for the part that's my business, Tim. Do you not have my picture, Tim? He's afraid of me. I'm telling you. It's mutual, man. You freak me out, man. I tell you, he's not the only one. I have it on very good authority that Chief Mitiga knows full well who I am, but will not say my name. Yeah, I bet, David. I bet. Mutual, dude. I mean, I do say your name, but I worry about you too, buddy. Anyway, that's this other guy.
Eric Mustos, Craig Mattson, and others. Troy Abels did his homework. You know, it's funny, Mustos.
Troy Abels did not do his homework. Troy Abels read his Book of Mormon a lot. He read the Bible a lot, sure. He seemed like a perfectly harmless guy. He believed a lot of wild conspiracy theories and whatnot. And he was Tim's friend. And he felt badly abandoning Tim when all of his audience was like, this guy's going out against the church. When Tim turned against the church, Troy's business, his podcast kind of soured. It kind of hit the shitter. So he pulled it all down. So in any event, then he passed away all of a sudden in January, and it was strange. And then and people, I made a post offering my condolences to his audience and to his family. So did Steve Pinecker. So did I think Mormon Discussions. I think there was a moment that Divas posted something, thoughtful about him. People who were anti-Mormons posted something nice to mark the passing of Troy Abels. But every time Tim Ballard talks about him, he's like, Troy did his homework. These other podcasters are just maligning me and they're defaming me. And he says, that's because they're trying to destroy his work among the Druze. Your work among the Druze? Tim, show us one thing you're actually doing. We're back to the damn Operation Underground Railroad again. How many times did I sit in this same position at the beginning of this whole thing to say, Tim, you got 24 hours in a day to show us one child you've rescued. One. And when it was Pedro Flores, he signed a document saying he was 17 years old, not 11. They didn't have sex with anybody. It wasn't forced to have sex with anybody. that there were people who ogled him and made him feel objectified like a sexual object, and that caused him that was terrifying to him and caused him to need therapy for a decade. And the people that did that to him, he said, were you. It was you, guy. It was you and Paul Hutchinson and Sean frickin' Reyes, dude.
Called Troy at one point and said, I can help you out of this. He was trying to get him to go on his side, and Troy was like, what are you talking about? This guy's not on.
Okay, he's talking right now about Quick Media's Greg Mattson. Greg Mattson is a clown, but he's a pretty innocent one. He's a guy who tells Mormons that they're living in the end times. Don't worry, Jesus is coming back any day. Hey, let's go take a cruise. And then he sells them on Go and Do Travel, which for which he is an official spokesperson. I don't know how much, if he has ownership in it or whatever, if he's literally just a paid sponsor. Maybe go on a Go and Do Travel cruise. I mean, if you want to. I would say this. I would look it up on Facebook, because if you look it up on Better Business Bureau, you won't find, I did my research on this, you won't find Go and Do Travel's complaints. If you want complaints about Go and Do Travel, or if you want to know what's going on with Go and Do Travel, and maybe they've changed, I highly recommend putting Go and Do Travel into the search field on Facebook. Because especially boomers who have gone and done these, where they take them up to down into Mexico and show them lands that are supposed to be part of the Book of Mormon, or they take you out to Egypt and you go and you do a lazy day ride down the Nile, and you see where Abraham wrote the Book of Abraham or whatever it was. You go and see these sites that, these BS tours of the Holy Lands around the world, not just in the Holy Land, but here in the Americas too. And people pay them thousands and thousands of dollars. And I would say read the reviews. Now, at the same time, some people have a great time. And so, yeah.
Okay.
But now he's claiming that Greg Mattson called Troy Abels to convince him, and was one of the ones who tried to convince him to turn against him. I don't doubt that something like that is true, because when you got excommunicated, and I had a little fun at your expense because you acted all butthurt about it, and I've been excommunicated, and it was great. I loved it. Okay. Then you went out and started talking about how the church started talking about the Pace Memorandum, something that's way over your head, guy. Way over your head, Timmy. You've got no skills in hunting down something like that. Trust me, we've all had our turn at hunting down the Pace Memorandum. Okay. But you haven't got anything. You haven't got anything on it. We've been sitting here waiting for you to come up with something good about the Pace Memorandum we didn't already know. Everybody's stupider for having heard it. We're not getting anything out of you. So if you're not going to produce results, I got a little true crime content producing for you. Shut up about it. At some point, even I go, there's nothing else to say, so I'm going to talk about something else.
Mustos is not honest. Wait till you find out what Salt Lake PD said about him.
What did Salt Lake PD say about Eric Moutsos, who was Tim Ballard's friend? And Tim Ballard was ecstatic about having Eric Moutsos as his friend, until Eric Moutsos talked to Celeste Borys, apparently, and said he believes them. Eric Moutsos is an a-hole, if that's what Tim Ballard's getting at. And the Salt Lake Police Department thinks he's an a-hole. If that's what you're getting at, Tim, you're right. And they're right. He is an a-hole. This is the guy I told you about last time. He is he was a cop who basically refused to take on an assignment protecting a gay pride parade in Salt Lake. I think it was the one celebrating gay marriage and or marriage equality, and he refused to do it because he said it violated his religious values. And when the Salt Lake Police Department says it's got nothing to do with your personal values, it has to do with just keeping order and keeping people from getting hurt, he basically argued, yeah, it's against my values to protect gay people from getting hurt. And they were like, wow, really? what a bigot! You're fired. And well, apparently I guess he was invited to take an early retirement or something.
And wait till you find out about the text messages that he was sending. There's projection. It's called projection when you're the one doing things.
I haven't heard that one. Is that public knowledge? Anybody know about this? That Eric Mutzos was sending weird text messages to somebody. If somebody's got dirt on Eric Mutzos, I'll take it. Tim, you got dirt on Eric Mutzos? I'll take it.
I like to blame others. But anyway, Mutzos' number one informant, okay, his source of information, Krista Casey, and David Jacobs, those are his sources, okay? And they
People who used to work with Tim
are going to go either to jail or lose everything. And Mutzos is, people aren't going to trust him. You shouldn't trust him. I want you to live.
They're going to go to jail and lose everything? This is the first time I'm hearing about this. In any event, do I have the thing I had said? Might as well just show a little bit of this.
Percent of my content to be about good, uplifting preparations for.
The voice you're hearing now is Troy Abels. This is one of his podcasts, allegedly, where he was talking to Tim Ballard.
The Savior's arrival, covenant keeping, covenant making, everything that our Savior wants us to know, things that we're learning from the scriptures, all good things, what the leaders are saying. But there is a time and a place for things. And here's one of those times. I would rather present the claims and allegations as they have been made. Unfortunately,
I don't know, Satanic Sock. I don't know if David Taylor did work with David Hamblin. I would love to know. Hamblin's connected to pretty much everything else going on around here when it comes to the pseudoscience of so-called porn addiction recovery, and then that all connects back. I say ultimately to Tom Harrison and Visions of Glory, and it wouldn't surprise me.
Many people have been slandered and hurt throughout this process. My intention is simply to report the facts as they are presented. That's it. And I pray that God bless all those involved and their families, and that people repent and come unto Christ if they have not done so. The total lawsuits against him. And this, what we're talking about today, is based on Pedro's lawsuit. Do you remember who Pedro is? Pedro is Simba from the movie Sound of Freedom on the island, where Jim Caviezel is playing Tim, and he says to the guy that's taking Pedro away to do bad things to him, Jim Caviezel, who's playing Tim's character, says, "No, this one's mine," pretending to be another trafficker, really to protect the boy, Pedro, who is now an adult and has a family. And that's what we're talking about here. We're talking about all the court.
Amen. So that was back in the day when, even though all these Mormon podcasters tried to convince Troy Abels, do not do any more Tim Ballard content. He's not on our side anymore. He put his neck on the line and went out there and started to do it anyway. Oh, here's what we should do. Let's cross over to a different story that's completely unrelated. You guys want to? Just real quickly. I know it's late. Okay, yeah, let's watch a little bit of this.
My friend could never be.
Y'all want to talk about why you're out here? What's specifically important to you?
Thank you.
No?
Appreciate it.
Do you want to talk about why you're out here? No? What are you guys out here protesting today? Okay. Do y'all want to talk about why you're out here?
Nobody wants to talk to her. Okay, so what you're looking at here is a YouTube channel called Casual American Media. This is weird. You guys still see me okay? This is strange. This is weird. Get out of it. Ew. How about? All right, fine. Okay, so this is Casual American Media. You guys remember I made an episode a couple weeks ago called Kai Schwimmer Knows Nothing? He knows nothing? I've been following along with Kai Schwimmer. This is apparently a channel he started with a friend. I've been diving a little bit deeper into Kai Schwimmer, who I've mentioned as part of the LDSS movement. We're just going to call them that. Anyways, this is one of the content creators on their show. He has his own podcast called Kai Clips. Anybody who was here, you might remember that I did I talked a couple of shows back that Kai Schwimmer was covered in The Guardian in a newspaper article about how if you pay $5 to Gumroad, you can get into his archive of all the misogynist, racist, anti-Semitic shit that he used to post on Cozy TV, etc. And Cozy TV was Nick Fuentes' apparent failed social media experiment, anyways. And Kai apparently went on a mission was called on a mission to Argentina, which he says, his 2 years selling Mormonism to Catholics in Argentina cured him of his racism. And then he got, and when he came back cured from his racism and anti-Semitism, but he keeps putting out this groyper content. Well, come to find out that a couple of years ago, inside the groyper movement, which is what Nick Fuentes' followers are called, they kind of hate Kai Schwimmer, this Mormon kid who, by the way, just a couple of months ago are they still successful? My understanding is that Cozy TV got shut down, but I didn't follow it that closely. That's interesting. Apparently people in the groyper movement kind of hate Kai Schwimmer, who is now the political director. He's hardly like 20, I think 23, 24 years old, something like that. He's the political director for College Republicans of America. And in any event, he's traveling around with College Republicans of America. Somebody was saying that they are now the largest campus-based network, the most well-funded campus-based networks, college campus conservative networks in the world right now. Even perhaps bigger than Turning Point USA.
Like specifically important to you?
Thank you.
Hi, why is it so important to be out here today?
I'm sorry, what?
Why is it so important to be out here today? She can talk for herself.
That's okay, thank you. You're with Turning Point?
I'll tell you something. I'm not with Turning Point. Okay. Hi, why is it so...
What would happen if all the white people just left?
Okay, so this is one of the other content creators. This is on YouTube. I just went through his stuff. It's like, wow.
Well, you get a situation like Orania. Orania is a semi-autonomous region within the modern state of South Africa, built as an intentional community for the Boer people, the Afrikaans people. Community where you have to be an Afrikaner to live there. You have to speak Afrikaans. Mind you, it is built out in the middle of nowhere. Like several hours into the South African bush, these people have built a community in response to what they see as increasing legal persecutions by the South African government. And so Orania took the criticisms of their opposition and basically said, okay, I guess we're just gonna f*** off. No foreign or intra-ethnic labor, built entirely by themselves, established entirely by themselves, far away from the rest of civilization and where anybody was living. And now they are being called racist and everyone wants to move there because it is nicer than the rest of South Africa. The Oraniaites, someone tell me down below what the proper terminology is. The denizens of Orania live an incredibly high quality of life, working the land, feeding themselves through farming, and just generally enjoying themselves.
This guy just took everything the Klan says about white people and how much better it would be if they were allowed to have their own all-white community and just used a black community in South Africa to justify it. I mean, that's basically what he said. These people are just loose in the world. This is apparently Kai's business partner of some kind, or his partner in making some of his content.
And the rest of South Africa they left behind. Well, to give you an example, the South African government can't figure out how to deal with too much like electricity going through their like formerly European built power system. So rather than attempting to fix it, they do a practice called load shedding, where they just turn it off like that. That's their fix. They just turn it off. If you want to know what happens when the whites decide to pick up and leave, what would happen if all the white people?
This is like they're not making a joke about themselves. Here's our friend Kai. This is not about they're having a sense of humor about themselves. This is what they're really making this. They're really making this this Reich propaganda.
If you want to know what happens when the whites
aisles in the grocery store anymore. I don't want to be at a restaurant, have to go to the bathroom, and go ask somebody for a code. I'm tired of walking into a park and seeing Sharps containers at every entry.
Yep. I think we literally all know whose fault that is. The radical left Democrats.
I don't want to live in a city that locks.
You guys remember the tunnel?
So that's Kai Schwimmer. He does that voice as like a way of infantilizing people he sees as quote unquote leftists.
Remember the tunnel Jews? Let's talk about who that actually is. So Chabad Lubavitch. It's not the.
Don't want to get my channel taken down. Thanks anyway. He spends the next couple minutes bitching about Jews.
There's all these offshoots that are called Hasidic dynasty.
Yep, not getting into it. Anyway, so that's this channel, right? Well, when I saw that you could spend somebody from the Guardian could spend $5 and get access to all of the stuff that Kai Schwimmer doesn't want everybody in the world to know. I had $5. I was curious. So we look at some. Let's try.
Pretty singer, I wish you could have seen her. I know she got some problems, but I
don't want to get my live taken down, so I don't know if that's copyrighted music, but yeah. He says, call me crazy, but I'd take a recession over complete cultural erasure and demographic upheaval any day of the week. So, like, replacement theory crap. Let's see here. There's another one. These are TikToks that he had to take down, apparently. Clearing clips.
What do you think about gays? Gays are a little bit sussy. The gay people?
You people are the symptom of a dying society, and you know it.
Stealing children! Save our kids! Kinda sussy.
You're homophobic for a living. First of all, damn right I am.
God, you're kinda hot. Do you like me? By the way, I'm a man. No, I am not a homosexual. I appreciate you liking me. I'm flattered.
Yo, I like the cross.
Smith.
What?
You think I memorized how they lobbied to have AIDS renamed from GRID because they didn't want it to always be connoted with homosexual activity, which it always is? You think I did all that because I wanted to arrive at the truth? No, I started homophobic because I know it's wrong.
I'm rocking with some gay people.
Not gonna lie, this kind of gay. No, it's not!
You know, AIDS, it's pretty cringe. Just don't have gay sex. That shouldn't be controversial, but it's like, just don't have sex.
I am watching this for the first time. I downloaded a whole bunch of stuff off of this guy's page, and this is the first time I'm seeing it.
I don't have sex, and look at me, I'm great.
I'm a threat to myself.
I'm just fine. I don't have sex. You don't need to have sex.
Some Epstein Island shit going on.
He says may not occur in kindergarten through third grade. Gotcha, leftist. Owned. That's not a win. I don't think that schools should be teaching about anal sex in 4th grade, 5th grade, 6th grade, 7th grade, or 8th grade. 7th grade, when I was actually taught in health class about sex, they didn't teach us about anal sex. In fact, I had a buddy, Jonathan, wrote down on a piece of paper, can you get someone pregnant by having sex with their butt? The teacher read it in class. Of course, we were all laughing and whatnot. She said no, that was it. Now, they don't want that.
Good. That's good information to have, man.
To be written down as a silly joke by Jonathan in 7th grade. People want that to be the curriculum. It's not describing.
I'm one of them. I'm not saying teach it to everybody, but if a student asks you, can you get pregnant from having sex, anal sex? Tell them the truth, because that's information that's useful to know. Kai,
You have a high chance of getting AIDS. It's not describing the.
you do not. That's not a thing. That's yeah, no. Is the same chances as having sex with anybody else. If you're going to have sex with people, you get checked for sexually transmitted infections. If you're going to have sex with people, make sure they're getting checked for sexually transmitted infections. It's not hard. And it has nothing to do with gay.
The actual, like, gross reality of this. And this is a very secular way of looking at it. A more simple way is you are not supposed to do that. God told you not to do that. But
he did not. He did not tell anybody anything.
Even secularly, we shouldn't teach it because it's dangerous.
Dangerous. But having laws that prevent teachers from even using the word condom where there are students, that's not dangerous, because kids not knowing how to use condoms or what condoms are, that you don't have to be. I thought you had to be 18 to buy condoms because I saw it in a movie. And when I was a kid. And so I didn't buy condoms until I was over 18. Very luckily for me, I was a fat half Mexican kid who was really too much into Star Wars. I wasn't going to get it laid anyway.
Common retort is, well, hold on, natural? So you're saying people aren't born gay? We do have evidence.
What was that, dude? What was that?
Due to hormones in the prenatal phase, elements in his life early on, these things can give him a greater predisposition to atypical preference. That is true. That does not mean that they are born gay. It is an exception. For instance, the hormone exposure in the prenatal phase.
One of the things that I found while doing a little deeper dive on Kai is that he and Nick Fuentes are apparently very close. Apparently, they were featured together on a documentary called White Boy Summer. And I dove way deeper than I wanted to on this thing they call White Boy Summer. And apparently there was this live at one point where Nick Fuentes, who has been dogged by the rumors that he is gay for a long time, went off on a tirade or a silliness for like a solid 2 minutes about Kai Schwimmer's ass. Not like, I love your ass, man. No, like about his glutes. There's some like weird bro love going on here that's like, all right, fellas, you're both adults now. Get a room. Just like just get it. I'm not gonna yuck your yum. Just, you don't have to rub in everybody's faces that you're trying hard to not be together if that's your thing. And if that's not your thing, well, then it's not your thing. But Guy, if that's not your thing, you better tell your friend.
There was an irregular exposure to testosterone. Just because somebody is born with certain irregularities does not make them less of a person.
Granted, that's true.
But it's important to analyze whether or not we should start approaching that as something which is equally natural. And sometimes they'll mention
natural. Being gay isn't natural. Name me a species where same-sex sexual stimulation doesn't ever happen. Name me one species. Dolphins. Oh, wait, no. Dogs. No. Cats. No. Cows. I don't know about cows. Pretty sure that no.
And, animals. How about the bonobo, for instance? This is an ape, lives in a matriarchal society. Because bonobos exist, it's natural to be homosexual. Guess what bonobos do? They literally rape their kids. They have sex with their own children.
So do humans. You elected one president.
Is that who you're going to point to as the natural sign of homosexuality?
Yes.
Maybe it is indicative of nature. Question is, do you want to be like a bonobo, or would you rather be like a gibbon? The right.
Those aren't the same things. Mutually exclusive things there, Kai. It's one is sex with people of the same sex or same gender. The other one is a violation of consent. If you'd have had a talk when you were in the 4th to 5th grade about consent is important, and maybe you wouldn't be confused on how those things are definitely different things. We have a society that believes in the value of consent.
Right-wing ape. The gibbon has awesome long arms, makes cool noises. And guess what else? He's monogamous. He is pair bonded, the equivalent of marriage in the wild. These are apes which live in nuclear families with their offspring and their.
Where do they get the nucleus? I can't find a nucleus to save my life. Okay. Gay attraction, if you want to call it that, you could. Homosexual attraction or same-sex attraction, whatever you want. Gay couples in nature exist even among monogamous creatures. And monogamy is not natural. If you want to talk about not natural, monogamy is not natural.
Spouse. What is the reason for intimacy? It is meant to be exercised within the confines of a loving relationship, within the bounds of marriage ordained by God for the purpose of procreation with a partner who you are in love with for time and all eternity.
And paid 8 cows for Mahana. Gotta get my Mormon digs in there. This is ridiculous. All throughout human history, we have examples of how marriages were arranged as purely business relationships, and generally that's what they continue to tend to be. And yes, if you have loving relationships with a person, a loving relationship with between two people who are married to each other, that's a wonderful thing. I think I've done it. And if they bring children into the world, fine, great. But do they have to? No. But hasn't every couple in the world brought children into the world as a consequence of their getting married? No. Kai, you are too young to be talking nonsense like this, buddy. You gotta open up your eyes, see the world. Like,
hey Kai, just found out about.
They smash cut this for themselves. I didn't cut this up. I didn't do this. This is their own stuff.
Sodomy seems kind of gay, not gonna lie. You know what? I've been thinking that same thing. This whole sodomy thing, I think it sounds a little sus. Sus.
It's not sus. It's Department of Redundancy Department.
Sus. Somebody tells me I had sex and now I have AIDS, and I point.
Literally, no one ever said that to you ever.
Them and I go sus.
See, here's the thing. Okay, so I'm not going to bore you with all of this, much more of this. Suffice it to say, this is Kai's brand. When people come out, nobody comes after me. I'm going to be honest with you. Okay, but when people ask me about why with this Kai Schwimmer kid, why you keep talking about this, I tell them this is his brand. His brand is far right. Extreme is not right enough. And if you go far right enough, you have to become Mormon. And he's selling Mormonism as this like Fourth Reich kind of solution to the world's problems, and he talks with some pretty wild tones here. Okay, this guy was on Latter Daily Digest, the Ballard Brothers program, like 3 days ago. He's been on Ward Radio. He is, like I said, he is now the political director of College Republicans of America. And when people began to point out, that guy is like, I don't know, the man-child who runs that organization said, I don't care, basically.
Well, that's part of the experience. It's part of the Kai Clips experience, the Carlos Clips, the Kai Sandberg experience. Anyway. I don't believe that same-sex attraction in and of itself, I don't believe that that is sinful.
No, Kai, buddy. Let's talk, okay? Just blunt, okay? One person who's been in the world a lot longer than you to another person who is making way too much content, way too young. Straight people don't talk about being gay this much. Turn inside, buddy. Turn inward. Straight people don't talk about being gay that much. Hell, gay people generally don't talk about being gay that much. This is a closeted thing.
In the Bible, in Leviticus, in Corinthians, there are plenty of examples as to how same-sex acts are sinful.
I've done sermons on this guy. I'll send you one if you like. Those were all manipulated. It doesn't really matter because the gods behind them are all fake. But there are multiple passages in the Bible that claim now are translated as if they were about homosexuality, that if you go back to the Greek or you go back to the Hebrew, they have nothing to do with homosexuality at all. Does it matter to you that your God didn't actually write your scriptures that way? Does your God only translate the scriptures into other languages so that they're true? Is it because Jesus only speaks English? That's not true.
The temptation, as many people do, to sin. Reject sin, push it from your life, okay? People think that God pushes us away from him. It doesn't make any sense at all. We push him away from us.
This kid reads from the Book of Mormon on like every live stream he does. Or I guess maybe he reads from the Bible too.
God is beautiful. He's perfect. He is loving. But we're the ones who are choosing to distance ourselves from him, and that's awful. And if you think that God is pushing you away, your perspective has been tainted. Understand that God wants you to be with him, but the things you're doing are not conducive to a positive relationship with him. We turn away from Christ. We turn away from God. We do all of these things.
It's not troubling at all. Not troubling at all. This is just one video that I downloaded. I can't believe this is one of the videos I downloaded. I had no idea. I didn't watch them all, obviously. You guys want to see another one? Let's just do it a quick one. So many.
Significantly different opinion, I think, than has been said so far. And I kind of want to address a few of the things that have been said. I think there's a reductionist way, or there's a pretty reductive way that
these tank top garments are, I have to say, they're not what I expected, man.
That feminism is discussed, which is, and I think that Kiana, you put it in an interesting way, which is that if you're not a feminist, you're a bad person or a terrible person. I forget the verbiage you used. And I think that really when we're talking about feminism, it's difficult to reduce it to like, what is, the major reason for fertility rates declining? with their bodies in the whole circular occasion of things. So that is my whole spiel. Say that is not a particular market for women. And
I do want to mention just very briefly, and I know we're like 4 hours into this, that Kai, apparently I have heard him mention on his more recent episodes of Out of Touch, his YouTube show, that he wants to reach out to the youth today, now that he's cleaned up his act, with a message that he has learned the hard way about kratom addiction. I don't know much about kratom, except that everybody I know who apparently had a problem with it acted like this.
That women in debt are particularly targeted. I mean, all the time on TikTok and other social media, you see women saying, "Look, I gained this financial, I gained financial freedom by having an OnlyFans for 1 week. I gained my financial freedom by prostituting myself in a strip club." I don't think that that's an argument. This is a reflection of what we see.
Are you jealous?
No, I'm not. I'm not jealous. Why would I be jealous of soul erosion? I'm not jealous of that.
Okay. You can make like financial freedom on OnlyFans in a week. I'll do it. You guys think I'm afraid, but I'm not. Well, unless that's hot for you. Will you guys give me financial independence if I start an OnlyFans? Don't be surprised if you subscribe to my OnlyFans and it's literally me in a smoking jacket sitting in front of a fire reading Chaucer.
I think people sell different parts of their body. Some people sell their brains. Some people sell something else. And I am all pro for people who prostitute themselves in any kind of way. We are all selling ourselves to get whatever money we can get, I guess.
Dude, as the kids say, based. Who is this person you're talking to, Kai? That's right. You want to talk about prostitution? I'll tell you about prostitution. You ever been in a call center? You ever worked in a call center, Kai? You never felt so whored out in your life as working customer service in a call center.
We are selling our ideas, we're selling our body, we're selling our labor. I think everybody is a prostitute in one way or the other. And also just being a mother, maybe, but have you seen how many kids do you can,
Okay, well, the high pitch
ancestral traditions that early feminists talked about. As for just a little bit of an elaboration about the economic circumstances and about sex work, I think that it's very interesting. I would be hard pressed, and I think anybody would be hard pressed to find a time that sex work has existed without organization or special interests who are male orchestrating it. Because what does it serve to do? It serves to satisfy male sexual urges, and I would say at the sole expense of women. I believe that.
Hey, have you never heard of a madam? Have you never heard of a gigolo? Now, granted, sure. Where there's sex work, generally, you're going to have people who abuse somebody. That's why they had the Norway model. You familiar with the Norway model? In Norway, they had a problem with men being very abusive, Johns being very abusive towards sex workers, predominantly women, not exclusively. So what they did is they made it illegal to buy sex, but not illegal, but they decriminalized selling it. And it seems counterintuitive. If it's illegal, it's illegal. It's illegal from one direction, not the other. That way, if a woman or a worker, an SW person, what's the gesture? Let's make no gesture. A person selling their wares is being abused by a John, they get on the phone, call the police, and the police come and arrest him and don't arrest them. And they saw abuse towards sex workers plummet. It's there are workable solutions. I'm not saying that that is the sign of a great progress in society, but I tell you, the more sex positive I become, the more I accept that there are people in this world who would pay and be respectful for things that other people would much rather do than sell insurance. It's like there are things I would so much rather do. It's alarming the things I would do rather than sell insurance. And I've considered selling insurance. Hell, there are things I'd rather do than do video production.
All of your spokes from. So finds that women consume pornography more than men. That just simply doesn't exist.
Okay, fine. I'll go into my second point.
I don't know that there's good research on that, actually. And especially when you consider that erotic content doesn't exclusively have to be photographic or video content. If you include written smut, there's a good case to make that women probably consume more than men do. But, rock on, King.
Right? This is kind of like why like radical feminists have such a like oblique take on society as a whole, because you're not very getting rid of sex work, and it's been something that's proliferated throughout history, right? It's like I feel like it's a reductive take on how like human trafficking and like onion routing through like dark web and shit like that, all that works, right? It's never going to like get rid of it, right? The best we can do, even if it's a very liberal mindset, is probably like establishing like better, safe ways that women can like express their sexuality through and like commodify themselves via like OnlyFans, for example, right? Like workers can start unionizing and better like get rid of middlemen that often.
A few weeks ago, I did an episode. I'm gonna close here because this is just starting to get depressing. But probably gonna come out with some more Kai Schwimmer based content. But I'm gonna wait until he probably has done or said something that establishes him more firmly in the Republican ecosphere, if he does, before he's he's worth my time. But I did a great episode, by the way, a few weeks ago with my friend AJ, who has an OnlyFans account. We were talking about the OnlyFans preacher. So if you guys haven't seen, this is a woman who goes around. She apparently at one point was like the number 2 creator on OnlyFans, or number 3 or something like that. And she made like $10 million or something on OnlyFans. And then she found then she found a guy on TikTok who loved Jesus, and he convinced her to give her life to Jesus. So she went out to his church. It was about the time when she says she was tired of making content. And so she went out to his, to his hometown to meet his mom, who is a minister. And wouldn't you know it, she got saved. And as soon as she got saved, she and he got married, and she and he now run a ministry where you can pay them to learn how to be good Jesus people like them. And the comments are pretty clear on my episode. And even I decided I was going to show a bunch of this their content, including how they commodify their life now that they are Christian ministers, to my friend AJ, who is on OnlyFans. She goes by the name Lala Sunrise and Lala Sunshine. I always get it wrong. And she was watching it, and we went through a little bit of her story. Okay, this was she was a friend of my wife when I was married, and they met online on a website for friends, and not that website for friends, a different website for friends, not that one either. Okay, it was called Plurk. Anyway, and they would exchange pictures and have a good time with a bunch of people. I thought it was cool. Every time my wife told me about it, I'm like, that's interesting. Hopefully you guys got work done too, because don't anybody get fired for it. And they became really good friends. And then she found a husband. They were all LDS. They were LDS. My wife wasn't practicing. and AJ, she got very much into the church, activated in the church, moved out to Utah, right about the same time we did. We were in Arizona, and here in Utah, they connected, started going to church, started getting. My wife got really active in the church, went to the temple, got her endowments. I was supportive of it. I didn't love it, but I'm like, this is your life and your spiritual journey, and I'm supportive of it. I got excommunicated for apostasy and loving it. And we had, and so we had a pretty interesting life, and then found out that her husband was beating the shit out of her and her kids. And she had enough of it. So she moved, of all places, to Missouri. She had an opportunity out there. In fact, she went out to Independence, Missouri area. I don't remember where she ended up eventually, but she went out to Missouri and started attending the Community of Christ, the other Mormons, the other major Mormons, the RLDS. But she said that the last straw, when she decided that she was done with the LDS Church, was in a congregation, a sacrament meeting in Lehi, Utah. And she was sitting like 3 rows back. Now, granted, she didn't grow up in Utah. She wasn't a Utah Mormon. Her father was a stake president in the Mormon church, but she grew up in New York. And she's like, in New York, people come to church in blue jeans, and they're just grateful that you came. And she's like, nobody cares. And it's just a little bit different. And that's a common thing. She says she was sitting like 3 rows back in the chapel, enjoying sacrament meeting with her husband and her kids and her newborn infant, and her infant got hungry. And so one of the members of the bishopric got down off the stand and walked down to where she and stepped down to tap her on the shoulder and tell her that there's a mother's lounge if you need to breastfeed. And because I'm nervous. Listen, I fill the live stream with innuendo so that people keep entertained. They tapped her on the shoulder and told her, you can take that into the mother's lounge if you're more comfortable there. And she's like, why would I go to be comfortable somewhere else? I'm just feeding my baby. It's just going to take a minute. And they're like, we really have to insist that you not do that in here where people are trying to keep the spirit. And she's like, what? For nursing your baby? All right. You Mormons are weird, dude. So they went, that was like the last time she went to sacrament meeting there. She found it much more enjoyable to go to sacrament meeting in Missouri, where the RLDS meet, and the Community of Christ and people were a lot less judgmental. And then after that, she stopped attending that church and she lost her call center job or something, or she got sick of it, and had a friend who said, you should start OnlyFans. You'd make good money. And she's been doing it ever since. And she makes better money. As I understand it, she makes better money than she ever did. And I was like, there you go. That's right. Mormons actually originate in New York, in a part of New York so far north, it's basically Canada. But yeah, thank you. Thanks for joining. Hey guys, this was fun. Sorry to yak your ear off, but hey, you stayed, right? So 4.5 hours. If you were in the future and you stayed all the way to the end of this, man, you probably should hang out with us. You obviously realize you're with cool people. You should go to Korihor.app. Especially if you know somebody who's on the Korihor app. We're starting to, I'm going to get back to putting people into the app who can use our social media. And it's ad-free social media accounts, kind of like Twitter meets Facebook at this point. And eventually I want it to be more like a TikTok kind of platform. We need as much help as we can get, but there are no ads there. There are no bots, no billionaires, no bullshit. And we're only bringing people in who are invited in or who give their photo ID, their legit government issued photo ID, to be verified and vouched for by somebody on the app. The idea is to create a safe space for adults to enjoy everything we love about social media, while also helping other people through our missions, through the missions of the Church of Korihor. And we are the Church of Korihor, that you didn't know. Godless congregation for people who love to help others and are growing and developing our spiritual ways without the needs of gods and the hindrances of dogma. So let's go ahead and close up. In fact, one of my favorite godless hymns. I wrote all of them so far. So they're all my favorite. Let's go back to an oldie. There's an oldie but a goodie. Oh, it's got to be the original. To do Korihor? No. Let's do one that's more fun. Don't I have more money than God in here? That's always a fun one. I love that one. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah. Don't forget, we're the Church of Korihor, and we need more money than God.
Gather round, storm these pews at the sound, spoil God's coffers for Korihor, steal these tithes to feed the poor. Poor church mice and their offering plates will wake to our hoods in their face, rob St. Peter down to the floor. Make God stand for something more. We'll fleece Mammon's coffers, their starving flock to feed. Send them back to Jesus without their means. So Judas steeples into unholy sod, finally have more money than God. Folks they don't, but godly men get elected so that he won't. They dance round the mountain with their golden calf, cast their tablets down on Yahweh's behalf. No need to pay to pray in their pews. Look to Korah. With their 30 pieces of silver, we'll escape their hell. If they try to stop us, we'll ring their bell. If they get up the Danites on their graves, we'll trod. Finally have more money than